stupid question this morning. In the Bruce Springsteen E Street Band, who was known as the Phantom? 215-263 WMMR, our number. We have two Jims on, and this was the first Jim in. It is Jim B. Hi, Jim. You're on the air. Good morning, buddy.
Hello. Hey, the answer is Danny Federici.
You are correct.
There you go.
The late, great Danny Federici, outstanding keyboard player. And Jim, you get tickets to see Bruce Springsteen, buddy.
This is so cool.
It is so cool.
Very
Hang
cool.
on, buddy. We're going to get your information. We're going to set you up tickets to see Bruce and the E Street Band. Show number 2, Friday, August 18th at Citizens Bank Park. Tickets are on sale. And you can go to phillies.com/Springsteen. So you had Danny Federici was the Phantom. You had Miami Steve Van Zandt. You had the big man. You had the boss. I don't know what Gary Tallent's nickname was. War Child.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Isn't that wild?
Oh, my God. Wait, where is that? See, we don't know where all of Casey's clips are. It should be right in here, Marissa. But, oh, wait, here it is. Yes.
Back off, War Child. Seriously.
I don't know what. Gary Warchild Talent.
There you go.
I had no idea. And then Nils Lofgren, I don't know his nickname either. But I know everybody has some type of nickname in that band, which is pretty cool. All right, we're going to start with this. Madonna spent several days in the intensive care unit after developing, quote, a serious bacterial infection on Saturday, according to her manager.
Those bacterial infections can be lethal.
They
and
can be-
they're
yeah, they can
very
be deadly.
dangerous. Yes.
He says, though, her health is improving. However, she is still under medical care. And he said a full recovery is expected. And I have very little details on this. That's all that I've seen.
I saw the story pop up on Twitter yesterday. People saying, pray for Madonna. I'm like, what in the F? And then going to the story, she had started to take a turn. At least they were saying that it was going to be better. But I'm like, what in the hell happened to her? And then, I mean, when you had
MRSA.
Right, that's a bacterial infection, is it not? Bacterial.
It's a staph. It's a resistant staph infection.
Right,
is what MRSA stands for. Or it's the RSA part is resistant staph. I don't know.
My specialty is
it's a type of
tracheotomy.
bacteria that is resistant to several antibiotics.
There you
And
go.
MRSA is?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So
MRSA.
it can get bad. Details on the type of infection and how long her recovery is expected to take were not immediately available. She will have to halt her upcoming celebration tour, which was scheduled to begin on the 15th of July. A performance in Vancouver was going to kick that off, so they've obviously paused that for now.
Is that a bucket list?
I've seen her before.
you've seen her?
Yeah,
Okay.
I saw her twice in the same tour because I didn't remember the first night, so I went the second night. How
was it?
I really think, I'm not even kidding you, we made friends with people we sat next to. We sat on the floor, and the guy kept going to get us drinks, and I'm not kidding you. Me and my friend, don't remember one thing.
You think you got dosed?
We think that we possibly could have, listen, we were drinking. We were definitely drinking, so it could have been that we, just got drunk, but neither of us remember anything. We had to leave her car there. Like, we were planning to drive from the show. It was one of my scary moments, and that I will teach my son not to do when he's older. But when I heard this story, I was like, okay, this is somebody that had something happen to her, I would have been like, damn it, I wish I saw her one more time.
Okay.
So
Wow.
if she comes around here, I'm going to
take advantage of it.
She's
I'm
coming.
I'm going to try to go. Well, yeah, she was supposed to.
I was about to say, she has a tour planned this winter, so hopefully she heals up.
Yeah, I think so. As of now, it's looking like she's going to be okay. Pete Davidson is in rehab, as the Saturday Night Live alum is reportedly struggling with PTSD and borderline personality disorder symptoms. Davidson received treatment at the same Pennsylvania facility that his good friend John Mulaney checked into when he was seeking help with alcohol and drug abuse.
So he's already been through that before. That was specifically drug related, I thought.
Yeah, me too.
And he's came out on the other side of it. So I didn't realize that. That Taco Bell campaign is all over the place. I don't think it's good. I don't think he's good in it. But hey, I'm sorry to hear he's doing poorly.
I was never a big fan, but I watched Buckus. Did you guys, anybody see that? It's on Peacock.
The series?
Yeah, it's with Joe Pesci plays his grandfather. It's actually pretty good.
It's basically his life, is it not?
Yeah, pretty much. Right. And it made me, I don't know, I like him now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not really a fan. I wish him well. I hope he's okay. A friend told Page Six, Pete regularly goes to rehab for tune-ups and to take a mental break. So he said that's what's happening.
I thought you said turnips.
No, tune-ups. You can get
They've got
turnips
great turnips there.
at the farmer's stand down there.
Any root vegetable, really.
Down the road. Yeah, sure. You know,
You got a rutabaga?
Yeah.
rutabagas and
Parsnips.
yeah,
Carrots if you want.
beets. All great root vegetables. Carrots. We're forgetting some. One of the most
Very
important.
At Recoveries, we have the largest collection of rooted vegetables.
So this comes after he apologized to the head of PETA for leaving the organization an expletive-filled voicemail after he was charged with reckless driving for crashing his car into a Beverly Hills home as well. So he's had a couple of things going
Maybe
on.
those turnips can turn things around.
I hope so, man. Idris Elba was once excited about the prospect of playing James Bond in the 007 franchise, but the actor told the host of the Smartless podcast recently that the racism that he experienced in response to the idea made the whole thing disgusting and off-putting, he said. He said, the truth is, I was super complimented for a long time about this. As rumors about him playing the part spread, he said, I was like, this is crazy. James Bond, I mean, we're all actors and we understand that role. It's one of the coveted roles. Being asked to be James Bond was like, okay, you sort of reached the pinnacle. And that's one of those things that the whole world has a vote in. Sadly, comments from, quote, some corners of the world, he said, changed his feelings about the role. He said those that weren't happy about the idea made the whole thing disgusting and off-putting because it became about race and it became about nonsense, and I got the brunt of it.
What's the series he's on now that's on Apple? It's a limited series on Apple.
Not flight.
Yeah, it's something. It's on a plane, and there's, I guess, it's almost like Passenger 57.
It looks really compelling.
It looks really good.
All I've seen is the trailer, Steve, but it basically is like it's long hijacking, right?
Yeah, I like him, man.
He's
I like that guy. He's good. He's good.
It's called Hijack.
Hijack. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a likable character.
What's that hijack movie he's in?
It's a series about hijacking.
Monica.
What's that movie where they saved Private Ryan?
Monica Bellucci and Tim Burton have finally stepped into the spotlight to confirm their blossoming romance.
I would not have seen this coming.
Yeah, they are a couple. Monica opened up in an interview with Elle France about her deep connection with the esteemed filmmaker. Her words painted a picture of a rare encounter, a meeting of souls that transcends the ordinary. And in fact, this whole article is just written in such
flowery language.
It's very romantic,
like an Instagram post.
So I'm not gonna. I skipped through all of that, but she said it's one of those encounters that rarely happens in life. I know the man, I love him, and now I'm going to meet the director. Another adventure begins.
I remember what he first said to me. Show me your cans.
Having recently collaborated on the filming of Beetlejuice 2, so I guess she's in that.
Yeah.
Monica couldn't help but gush about Tim's visionary talent. She said, I love Tim. She declared, I have great respect for Tim Burton.
He's Tim-tastic.
So I'll read you a little bit. It says, she spoke of a dream world woven by his imagination where even monsters possess kindness and shadows give birth to radiant forgiveness. Tim Burton, she shared, films have a way of touching the depths of our soul. But their journey together began 16 years ago when fate brought them together. It was at the Lumiere Film Festival in Lyon in October. She had presented Tim with the Lumiere Lifetime Achievement Award, which marked the beginning of their official relationship. Her previous relationships include Nicolas Lefebvre. Lefebvre. Lefebvre, thank you.
There was a Philly with that last name. That's the only reason I know that. Philadelphia. Jim Lefebvre.
He was from Philly?
No, Philadelphia Philly. He was on the baseball team.
Philly. Okay, did not know that.
And she also dated Yogi Berra.
That ended in 2019, and then Vincent Cassel, with whom she shares two daughters. They were married in 1997.
An actor.
Mm-hmm.
She's Casey's crush.
Yeah, he loves her.
He loves her.
And Tim Burton, of course, had a long partnership with Helena Bonham Carter, and they have two kids together. But apparently they're still cool with each other.
I really love Helena Bonham Carter.
I do too.
She was such a joy. The 50th anniversary of Harry Potter.
Yes.
So awesome.
Great interviews, seeing that cast get back together. And she was wonderful in The Crown as well.
Oh, she's terrific, yeah.
Dug her as Princess Margaret.
We're the hell out of that.
Jennifer Lawrence's Hot Ones episode went viral after the Hunger Games actress broke into tears and started drooling on camera, but She told Andy Cohen that things got even worse behind the scenes. So Hot Ones is that show where they're interviewed, celebrities sit down and they eat chicken wings and they get gradually hotter with the hot sauce.
I've seen a number of them. I don't think I could do it, Preston. I have very little tolerance for stuff that's ultra spicy, or even mildly spicy.
I really don't get this show.
Oh, I do.
At all.
It loosens them up. The guy's a really good interviewer.
Okay.
And he asks them questions that they might not have been asked before. And I mean, the concept obviously is that they're going to loosen up a little bit because of the hot wings, but he does a really good job and great research. And it's become high profile. So now when people have something to promote, they go on to promote it. But I subscribe to the channel. I watch a lot of them. I haven't seen this one yet, though.
I have seen, him ask questions and then give some pretty cool answers, but the whole chicken wing thing is just
I will tell you what I think it is. I think they're distracted by their ever increasing
heat,
discomfort, and so they kind of blurt out things that they might not otherwise have said. Do you agree, Marissa?
And also people who are not comfortable just going and doing an interview will do this because they have another crush
something
to lean
do.
onto.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Tenacious D guys did it the other day and barely flinched on any of them. It was very funny.
So she said, I passionately threw up after, violently.
That's worse.
She said that it was filmed on location at the No Hard Feelings press junket. She said, I made it upstairs to my suite, my holding suite. We shot at the Four Seasons downstairs. My stomach gave me like 8 minutes to get upstairs, and then she vomited.
So quick question. Is milk, we've been told, is that the best efficient way to counteract some of the heat of a hot sauce or hot food?
I have been told that actually the best thing to use is bread because it's the oil from that has that capsaicin in it.
Right.
And the bread does a better job at absorbing that.
That makes sense to me.
Absorbing that oil.
I think any liquid is going to dilute it and spread it.
That's what it makes sense to me.
I don't know.
But I mean, milk obviously is soothing. It's cool, so it's going to give you that sensation as well. But I don't know if it'll get rid of the total heat.
When we shot hot sauce into intern Joe's ass, and it was way hot. So, long story short, Joe, our intern, had left something on Kathy's seat. Silly putty. She sat on and ruined a pair of jeans. So his punishment was we shot hot sauce into his ass with a super soaker.
Yep.
But I remember, so Casey.
He had cheese. He had single slices of American cheese, and Joe is screaming in pain, and Casey just takes 3 slices and just crams them in his butthole, or at least
Did
his
he
butt
bring
crack.
the cheese for that reason?
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah, and I don't know.
Poor Joe.
Whatever. Hey, we were just trying stuff.
Wait, I recently heard about a place in a barbecue joint that has stuff that's so spicy that they keep like pudding pops in the back.
Okay.
So instead of like handing people like a little carton of milk, you can like suck on a pudding pop. I thought that was genius. Little ice cream.
That'll help. It can't hurt.
Yeah,
sure.
why not? Anything that's cold.
Yep. All right, Chrissy Teigen and John Legend are celebrating the birth of their 4th child, a baby boy named Wren, spelled W-R-E-N, like the bird, whom they welcomed via surrogate.
And isn't Wren Footloose?
Yeah. That's Kevin Bacon's character. You're right. They shared the news on Instagram on Wednesday. Teigen thanked their most incredible, loving, compassionate surrogate, Alexandra, for this, quote, incredible gift that you have given us. She revealed the baby's name is Wren Alexander Stevens and that he was born on June 19th. She said, we are so happy to tell the world that he is here with a name forever connected to you.
I wonder what kind of bond you, I'm sure there's all different variations on this, but what kind of bond you develop with a surrogate?
Got to be some kind.
Right?
Has to be some kind.
You have to imagine it's fairly profound.
It's a human being that's growing inside of your body.
Yeah.
You feel it moving. You have a direct connection to it. There's got to be some kind of bond there. I agree, Steve. Alexandra commented on the post saying, thank you for choosing me, for making this whole experience so wonderful, for loving me and my family wholeheartedly. It was truly an honor bringing perfect Wren into the world with you right by my side. And there are some people, the surrogates, that just love doing this for other people. Like it's special.
Amazing.
It's special to them, and they don't have a problem letting go.
I've got a friend who used the same surrogate for both of her children, and like they almost have a bond because she knew she could go back to her, ask her for a second baby, and so it's interesting. It's very different.
Did you get an idea of what that runs, Kathy?
You know what? I could probably find out, but I mean it's tens of thousands.
Yeah, I would
for
imagine.
sure.
Yeah, if someone's not losing, but they're committing to 10 months.
And the surrogate has her own children. I think she either has like 2 or 3 of her own children and then carried 2 for the girl that I know.
And you're definitely taking a risk. Listen, anything can happen in pregnancy. You can go wonderfully smooth, but there can be complications. So you're definitely taking a risk when you invite that. So they're great people. Speaking of babies, Lindsay Lohan is expecting a baby boy.
It's gonna be great.
The outlet, this is TMZ. The outlet claimed the actress who wed Bader Shamaz in 2022 is set to give birth very soon.
You know what? Again, I will say this: Lindsay Lohan's holiday movie on Netflix.
You loved it.
Turned it around. I'm like, okay, welcome back, Lindsay. You can have all the chicken fingers you want.
Lindsay's mother, Dina, will actually be by her side in Dubai for the birth. They're not
Why not Abu Dhabi?
They're not doing it in Abu Dhabi.
There it is.
But they're
No Abu Dhabi do.
they're close again then.
I guess so.
If you're expecting an Abu Dhabi, are you Abu Dhabi due?
You would be Abu Dhabi do.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is my
by the way,
Abu Dhabi baby.
You know,
Won't you be my Abu Dhabi baby?
obviously, she was a mess for a stretch.
She was.
And I really, like, people have ascents and then descents, and her descent was really bad.
Yes.
And the fact that it seems like she's stabilized, that she's doing okay.
Who doesn't want that
Good
for
for
someone?
her, you know, 'cause
yeah.
we talk about when, the Bam Margera's of the world and you know, the people that are going through really difficult times and can't find their way out of it. It seems like she has, so good for her.
Yeah.
We
And
love
I
a
mean,
good reclamation.
and with a wreck of a father
Yeah.
like she had,
Totally.
and
That family's
whole-
a sideshow.
Yeah. So according to a source, some of Lindsay's siblings will also be overseas around the same time as
wait to visit.
as the birth to meet their new nephew. The actress, who has lived in Dubai for several years, told fans
She's overdue in Abu Dhabi.
that she and Shamaz were expecting their first child back in March. So, but it could be any day now. So we'll have to see. Let's see. I got a couple other things here. Jamie Foxx's back in action co-star Cameron Diaz is, quote, shocked and saddened by his health crisis, according to a source that tells People magazine.
We are
this.
getting nothing but third party. Listen,
Yeah.
and this is this family's right to keep this to themselves.
Sure.
I got it.
Yep.
But you can't keep floating stuff out there in this way and expect people not to go, how come we haven't seen anything that's really directly connected to something that might prove that he's
Well-
doing better than we think?
Did you see the John Boyega news?
Yeah.
From yesterday? I guess he had a phone conversation with him, and according to John Boyega, who talked to Jamie directly, that Jamie's doing well.
I hope so.
So this source said, talking about Cameron Diaz, said one day they were working together and the next he was just gone. Regarding their time spent in Atlanta, he said, the source said she wanted to be supportive and help out in any way, but his family has kept the status very quiet. So according to this source, she doesn't really know what's going on.
I think Jamie Foxx would be like a cool dude to hang out with,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
Like he seems like a regular guy.
So let's see. This is a very interesting story. Minnie Driver shared a story about Nicolas Cage in the comment section of an Instagram post by the meme account I Am 30AF on Monday. She wrote, and this is all that I have in the story. She wrote, was once on a plane with Nicolas Cage and his son, and a seat had also been purchased for his son's imaginary friend.
Oh my God. Oh my
That's
God.
cool.
And she added a black heart emoji. So that's the entire
Wow.
story, but that's quite interesting, isn't it?
You know, the thing with Nicolas Cage is you would be disappointed if he was conventional. He's got to, the fact that he continues to be Nicolas. Did you see the unbearable?
No, wait.
Yeah. It's Pedro Pascal is fantastic in it. Preston.
You'll like it, Preston.
Very fun.
I've seen that scene of them sitting in the car together.
Yeah. There's way more than
It's
that.
a lot of that, and it's Nick Cage being the best Nick Cage because he's playing Nick Cage.
Okay. Rachel Lindsay made history as the first black bachelorette during the 13th season of the show. But she walked away from the franchise in 2021, writing an essay for New York Magazine saying she felt like a token. People recently spoke with Lindsay about the new lead for the 20th season of Bachelorette, Charity Lawson. And she said, I haven't met Charity. I would actually love to meet Charity. She seems lovely. And then she said, so Charity, if you're out there, I'm rooting for you and I wish you all the best, but I'm not going to watch, but I will reach out. I'm always there.
Well, Here's the problem with her is she was literally devoid of a personality.
Rachel Lindsay?
The original one.
Okay.
She was just boring. So 30 AF, boring AF.
Okay. Let's see. I have just a couple more things. I want to make sure I fit in the right ones. Okay, so here's some interesting news from our union. Deadline reports that over 1,000 Screen Actors Guild members, including Meryl Streep, Quinta Brunson, Jennifer Lawrence, and Bob Odenkirk, have all signed a letter informing SAG-AFTRA leaders that they are prepared to strike if their demands are not met by June 30th deadline. So that is tomorrow. A strike, this is according to the letter. It says, a strike brings incredible hardships to so many and no one wants it, but we are prepared to strike if it comes to that. And we are concerned by the idea that SAG-AFTRA members may be ready to make sacrifices that leadership is not. The members added, we ask that you push for all the change we need and protections we deserve and make history doing it. If you're not able to get all the way there, we ask that you use the power given to you by us, the membership, and join the WGA on the picket lines for our union and its future. This is our moment. We hope that on our behalf, you will meet that moment and not miss it.
So here's the issue is that the writers are on strike, so you can't have people who are writers and on set. However, things are being filmed and things are moving ahead. They're going with scripts that are not being tinkered with. They can't do that legally by the union rules. So if the actors on those sets that are filming things walk off, then you have like a real stoppage.
Absolutely. And our union head is Fran Drescher, for those who don't know. I get calls from her from time to time.
Voicemails.
The nanny.
She leaves little messages for us.
Do you guys want to picket in solidarity?
Yeah, let's
We'll
get right
take
on
off?
that. Yeah, it starts tomorrow.
Yeah, take off.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do on my vacation. And then we'll do one last thing. Season 11 of Futurama will include payoffs to decades-long mysteries, as well as new storylines featuring Bitcoin, cancel culture, and streaming TV per the official synopsis.
I forgot that was back on again.
Hulu dropped its first official trailer.
Okay.
So fans are going to be able to revisit and visit their favorite characters as soon as season 11 of the Matt Groening-created comedy premieres on July 24th.
You know, I was
featuring
never
the original voice cast.
I was never I enjoyed it, but I was never a massive Futurama fan.
I never watched one episode of it, and I get it, and people, you know, that it's it's got its audience, but it just never really spoke to me. So the trailer of the upcoming season, which will consist of 10 episodes airing weekly, opens with Fry and his pals entering a corporate building with a giant Fulu sign, jokingly mocking their new streaming home of Hulu. The clip teases an assortment of chaos to come, including how the gang miraculously survived a massive disruption in the flow of time. And there's even a new virus reminiscent of COVID-19 that emerges. So that is coming out on July 24th. All right, we're going to do the clips now. So let's get set. Apple TV's latest miniseries is the psychological thriller The Crowded Room. And here the series lead, Tom Holland, talks about the challenges that he faced while filming.
I just love a challenge. I love something new. I love something that's going to push me in ways that I haven't been pushed before. You know, I really try to live by that idea of like putting yourself in uncomfortable situations, becoming comfortable with that kind of stress. And Crowded Room kind of offered everything that I was looking for. I'd never say never to doing TV ever again. I'd be lying if I said that The Crowded Room didn't absolutely break me.
Shut up, dummy.
The first 3 episodes of The Crowded Room are now out on Apple TV+. Here's the next clip. The new Netflix documentary, Arnold, documents the life of legendary actor Arnold Schwarzenegger. And in this clip, he looks back on a defining moment from early in his career.
After the Terminator movie came out and someone came up to me and they says, "Hey, Arnold, I'm a bodybuilder. I love the movie Terminator." He says, "Can you say the line?" I said, "What line?" "The I'll be back line." I said, "Well, I'll be back." And he said, No. The way you said it. Say it exactly the way you said it." And I said, "I'll be back." And he said, Yeah.
Do you know the story behind that line, right? James Cameron, they fought over it.
Yeah.
So Arnold correctly said that the android would not conjugate. It would say, "I will be back."
Right.
And he says, "I'll be back."
Okay.
And Cameron, who wrote the script, said it's going to play better.
No
if he
kidding.
If he says, "I'll be back," and they fought over it. And of course, that became the iconic line.
Absolutely. Cameron was right.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, and there you go. Your entertainment report for this Thursday morning. All right. We have a lot of people on our program today. We're looking forward to it. Our friend Derek Pitts, who is the director of the Fells Planetarium at the Franklin Institute, chief astronomer, is going to be joining us. Legendary comedian George Wallace, who's going to be at Healing Comedy Club, is stopping in too. And we will also have Joel Hodgson and Matt McGinnis, who are from Mystery Science Theater 3000. They're taking over Blobfest on July 16th in Phoenixville. And Ice Cube will be on the show as well. So we have a lot going on. I think you need a cocktail to get ready for this. So we're going to give you a 24-pack of Mary Can Bloody Mary in a can.
Wow.
If you're at least 21 years of age and you are caller number 12, we're going to set you up with a 12-pack of those. 215-263-WMMR. Let's get you going. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve. All 93.3 WMMR.
Adults who said that they intend to watch Super Bowl revealed how they answered the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year? So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. Mm-hmm. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
Right. Okay.
All right. So pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go
and pizza.
Yeah, no, really, I would go pizza less. I would probably normally I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Mm-hmm. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
Wow.
There you go. Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of I count that as chips and dip.
Okay.
I mean, it's not technically dip.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah,
It's the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
It's like bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. You know, it's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
really
analogy.
shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is excellent bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum, more platinum. Yeah, it's very good.
I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh my God.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, it was like 6:05 and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast. So.
It's good.
Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. You know, so
Stays darker later.
I mean, stays lighter later.
Longer. Yeah.
It stays
I gotcha.
later darker.
Oh my God.
No, because I noticed that yesterday too. It was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
Dark and dark.
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story, Preston.
No,
it's going to be a Lifetime movie. Judd
What's
Nelson's
going-
playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm gonna tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got a laugh out of Kathy. I set my coffee
I didn't
timer
have to listen to the story.
every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee. And the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here. Yeah. And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
yeah, I've had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink it.
Don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's remarkable, though. Like, little things can set your day in the right direction or the completely wrong direction. And that one set... I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever, but like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood, and like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. You've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur.
Okay.
Like, we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like, I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a great video that Mark posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, "Hold on, that means Darth Vader's my grandfather."
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget, like, actors really know what they're talking about. Like, he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it, and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, "Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be."
Yeah, no, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear: the dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave him, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, "What's up?" And just say, "Just get on the plane." And I'll go, "Hey, I thought we could do that." And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, "Okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky?" Like,
yeah.
Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
We watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, "I cannot believe that's going to be Papa." Like, I cannot believe. He is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is it the company? So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
no. I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio right now.
Full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, that's awesome. It's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of the machine, the movie came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on and what you would talk about. And the story is just incredibly, people never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity once it's done, when people ask about it, you can just say, watch the movie. Because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't the origin. This isn't that story, though, isn't this?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow-up to it, Bert?
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this guy Kale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, I want to do a movie with you.
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, all right, you got to do one movie. He's like, I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do? And I said, well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine. And he goes, how would you tell that? And I go, I got to be honest with you, Kale. I don't know. I said, my biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, just tell The Machine, and it'll be the Russian mafia. And he lit up, and he goes, say no more, say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie. And so
Go ahead.
based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden, everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antencio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter Intencio.
Intencio. So he's from Key and Peele, and he did the movie Keanu as well, right?
Yeah.
The guy's
and then you forget, like, he really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie. And I was like, he's thinking about colors? And they're like, yeah, he's a director, you moron.
he's concerned with visuals?
I was like, I'm so used to doing like Instagram videos. I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you. That's right.
You gotta be
Thank you very much, Kath. Real quick, I promised my good friend Kevin McCoy, my financial advisor as well, had texted me yesterday to do a shout out, and I missed it.
What?
I know, and I need to send this out.
Man who handles your money?
Yes, and so Kevin has a son who has autism. He's low functioning, and he had texted me that his friend Andy, who also has a son in a similar situation, was headed to Harrisburg yesterday, and everyone at the PAL school in Downingtown, and they were going for a rally in Harrisburg because there's a lack of funding, of state funding, and schools like this could close.
All right.
And so they, and they're big fans of the Preston and Steve show, and they were on their way, and they wanted to get a shout out while they were on their way, and I totally missed it.
So this is a makeup.
It's a make good on this, and so I wanted to shout out to you guys, send this out to Andy and everyone at the PAL school in Downingtown who are fighting the good fight, and they, the people that have autism in their lives and absolutely love their children, but it is an extra level of responsibility that is just, it's so much, they need help. They need so much help. So I wish you guys the best in your mission. So, so Casey's out today. I got Marissa, who's going to be helping me on the side here. It is, like I said, we're off tomorrow, so I think we need to do the connoisseur today.
We jammed up. We need to.
So music, please. Thank you, Marissa.
It's time for the connoisseur with special guest Marissa.
And she's actually more of an aficionado than I am.
She actually is,
in the world of restaurants. And we will do some food clips. We'll do some movie clips and do some giveaways.
Now, you know what? I'm thinking now this has become people's favorite bit.
I think it is.
I think this all the way from the most despised to the favorite, because there's a lot of prizes.
All right, so I want to... I'd never seen this before. This is an interesting concept, but apparently 3 in 10 Americans have what is called menu anxiety.
Oh.
Does it make you poop?
When ordering food from a restaurant, according to new research. The survey of 2,000 adults found younger generations were far more likely to have anxiety while ordering. That's 41% of Gen Z and millennials, age 18 to 43, compared with only 15% of Gen X and baby boomers age 44 to 77. So it's essentially you can't figure out what you want to get.
Listen.
And you guys got to love that, right? When that happens to people at the table you're at.
My God.
Come on.
I get it. And we're out for a good time. But I mean, especially when it's a place you know the people that you're with have been to already and kind of know what it's like. Like I got my order ready to go. You know, like I can peruse quickly. Here's my judgment. This is my criteria for how I select what I'm going to eat. How hungry am I?
Yep.
And then I know if I'm very hungry, I know my go-to. So I'm going to be, okay, that's a home run. If I'm just slightly peckish, then I can be a little bit more adventurous. But even then, right?
That's the way to go.
Right?
That's absolutely the way to go. If you are really, if you are very, if you're famished, you're hungry, go with a standby.
Is that so hard?
Go with something you know you're going to like.
Okay, so as somebody who there are multiple times where I can't find anything on the menu. Now, I am not the person that the server comes to and I don't know what I'm getting.
What about heated fruit?
If I'm getting like lettuce on, then I will know and I will be ready. But there's because I'll go to restaurants. Say if I go to a seafood restaurant that's and I don't eat seafood and there's very little on there. There's always something that I can have, but. So it's not that type of situation, but those people so being somebody that sometimes can't find something to eat, that's the first thing I do is I'm going to figure out what I'm going to get so that when they come to me, I know, even if it's just something super little, I know what I'm going to say, what I'm going to order.
Kathy, have you ever had to order off the kids' menu because you didn't see anything else you liked?
We laugh about this all the time. Actually, we brought it up just the other day. So there is a restaurant that we love to go to in Montauk. It's called the Montaukett. It's it's like nothing special, but it's on the water. They have incredible sunsets. It gets packed with people. We were there. We got a table. I'll usually look at a menu ahead of time. It's like the place you don't even care because you want to go, you want to see the sunset. And yes, there was nothing on the menu for me to get. Jace wanted fish tacos. So I ordered the fish tacos off of the adult menu, and he ordered me the chicken fingers and fries off the kids menu.
I love it. There's a restaurant in Skipback we've gone to for years. It's called Basta Pasta. We love it. And the spaghetti and meatballs on the kids' menu is adult size.
Is it?
Huge.
Wow.
I order it all the time.
Well, that's a home run.
Yeah. It's not a little bitty portion. So I will order off the kids' menu from time to time. I do wish Casey was here because Casey gets menu anxiety, and his issue is he is so afraid of getting something and being disappointed by it. Or that he didn't get something that was better than that he knows he would like better.
My original rule would help mitigate that.
Yeah.
Like if you're very hungry, get something you know. And if you're not, then you can be and realize you might end up losing, but at least you gave it a shot.
Well, Kathy, you said something. You look at the menu ahead. I have friends that do that. Wherever we're going, they will look at the menu. They will figure out what they want before they get there. And that drives me crazy because for me, it's social. I want to talk to my friends and go, well, what are you getting? What are you getting?
I don't want to do that.
You want to get that? You want to split it?
No, I like talking about the menu
I don't
items.
want to split. I don't.
Steve, we are very different in that way. Very different.
This speaks to what you're saying. So checking out the menu online in advance is another thing that younger Americans make a habit of doing, with a quarter of those age 18 to 43 always doing this compared to 15% of those age 44 to 77.
Besides, I'm older, and when I have initially got food in my life going back many, many years, I had to fight predators for my food.
Right. So you don't want to share?
Right? I mean, I was more often than not, Kathy, in the woods fighting another animal for food.
All right,
I'll tell you,
Steve, I'm going to be 48 in a couple weeks, and I don't know if this is a generational thing or not, but I can't stand the QR menus. I don't like scanning.
I don't like them either.
Maybe I'm behind the times or whatever.
I want the
I want to look at the thing.
I want a book.
Steve, you don't have to touch the dirty menu.
I don't care.
You're the worst.
Nick, no more germs on your hands.
No,
You
I
can
want
eat
the germs.
You can eat with your hands now.
I don't like them because I hate being in my phone.
Yes.
The conversation at the table stops.
I agree.
Everybody's scrolling through their phone. And it's like, did you scroll to page number 3 and see that pasta dish?
Do you listen? Quick question. Do you really listen to when the server comes over and gives you the special?
Absolutely.
I always do.
Yes.
Oh, most definitely.
Right.
In fact, I more often than not order off the special menu.
You never know.
And then how about those restaurants that have had the same special for 20 years?
Yeah.
It's not a special
and
anymore.
don't put it on the menu. Come on.
It's a hit.
And by the way, I do like a tactile menu that I can hold and maybe flip through if there's multiple pages or something about it. And if it's in a nice font or maybe has some pictures on it. I mean, seriously.
I
Okay.
agree.
I agree with the font.
Also, with the
that
QR
just do not don't make the text like pink against a purple backdrop.
Yeah.
Because I'll murder you.
Yeah.
Sometimes with the QR menus, there's a separate menu for drinks versus
Yeah.
Oh
Meals
my God,
too.
Yes, then you can just scroll
You are the
drinks.
worst.
Wait, hold on. I actually
Just give her a kid's menu and shut up.
Wait, we just went out to eat the other night, and it was a QR menu, and we were looking through it, and I loved it because you could click on the item on the menu, and it would show you a picture of it.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, because we were like, well, what's, whatever, I don't know, whatever the type of rice. And then we opened up, we're like, oh, it comes with vegetables and
it's
stuff in it.
a food photo shoot.
It was. I don't know. I liked it.
Well, Instagram's become a game changer for that too. You go to a restaurant and you click on theirs and see what the dishes are.
Yeah, until you get it,
Yeah.
and you're like, it does not look like the picture posted on Instagram.
Right.
By the way, the survey also asked respondents how seeing words like vegan and vegetarian on a restaurant's menu affected what they might order, and results found that younger generations would be more likely to order those options. And the survey revealed that overall, 77% of younger generations would like restaurants to be clearer about the environmental impact of different foods. I don't care. Versus 58% of older respondents.
Yeah, we beat it. We beat a cow to death with a shovel.
Right.
Okay, how does it taste?
All right, so I thought that was interesting. Menu anxiety. If you have this, you are not alone. All right. It's time for a movie clip. Let's do this. All right, let's see if you know what movie this is from, and we have a prize that we will give away. I don't know what the prize is going to be, but we'll find out what food clip or what movie is this food clip from. Here we go.
What is this?
Steak.
What is in it?
Cow. Doctor, do you realize how difficult it is to get a hold of a prime cut like that out here?
I don't eat meat.
Why not?
It disagrees with me.
How about cyanide? Does that give you the rumbly tummy, too?
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know what movie that's from. Music, please. Okay. According to you guys, where should ketchup be stored? In the refrigerator or in the cupboard?
So in my home, it's just the default. It's in the fridge.
Okay.
Fridge.
All right.
Yep.
Fridge.
Marissa, yes. Heinz has finally settled the debate by tweeting that its iconic product should be kept in the fridge.
Okay. Do you know I don't have actually any bottles of ketchup in the refrigerator? You accrue so many of the separate packets that I have a ton of those.
No, we got a few bottles of ketchup in my house. But when you go to a restaurant, the ketchup sits out all day.
All day.
And
is
maybe
that bad for
multiple
you then?
days? That's a good question. So there was a heated debate in the comments. Heinz conducted a poll of 2,500 votes. Answers were split down the middle. But Heinz insists on keeping the ketchup cold. They said, although we are aware many Heinz tomato ketchup fans have been storing their ketchup in the cupboard, we do recommend refrigeration after opening. And one fan asked if they could keep the ketchup beside their pillow if they wanted to. There's another ketchup story that I'll segue right into. So if you're headed to the ball game this 4th of July, you might be able to sample Pepsi's experimental tangy condiment Cola Chup.
What?
So it's ketchup with cola flavor.
Exactly.
No.
It's described as smoky, tangy, and a little bit sweet.
Because you can put soda in barbecue sauce,
Correct.
right?
Yeah,
So
Marissa's
it's kind
right
of
about
the same
that.
way.
A lot of barbecue sauces have Coke or Pepsi or something in there to give it a little bit of a sweet flavor. In fact, some like when you cook a ham, you can pour soda on that as part of making it sweet.
There's a Dr. Pepper flavored enema called Dr. Pooper. You guys ever had that?
It just writes itself.
Yeah.
But we've used Dr. Pepper in that way as well for, I think, on a ham. So it says, you can get this at Chase Field, Yankee Stadium, Target Field, and Comerica Park this Independence Day. So if that sounds enticing to you and you're going to those ballparks, you can try it out. But Cola Chup is a stupid name.
It's very stupid.
It doesn't make any sense.
It sounds like
at
some
all.
sort of medical condition.
Yeah.
Your son has Cola Chup.
I don't like that.
Oh, no.
All right, we'll see if somebody can answer the question. What movie is this clip from?
What is this?
Steak.
What is in it?
Cow. Doctor, do you realize how difficult it is to get a hold of a prime cut like that out here?
I don't eat meat.
Why not?
It disagrees with me.
How about cyanide? Does that give you the rumbly tummy, too?
All right, we're going to go to Kyle, see if he knows the answer to that. Kyle, good morning, sir.
Morning. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy. All right, what movie is it, please?
Captain America: First Avenger.
You got it. Tommy Lee Jones.
Which is a wonderful movie.
And you know what? That scene when he starts eating the steak totally triggers my ASMR. I love it.
He's a good eater.
He is a good eater.
He is a good eater.
You're right.
It makes you enjoy through him the food he's eating.
What are we going to give Kyle here, Marissa?
All right, you've won passes to see Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1 on Thursday, July 6th. 7 p.m. at the IMAX King of Prussia. The film hits theaters nationwide on July 12th.
All right. And Kathy, you want to share something?
No, I just wanted to ask a question. I know you guys were like running around during news, so I'm not sure if you heard, but the pop-up garden, the Walnut Garden in Rittenhouse that got shut down, they got shut down because they didn't have permits and stuff like that. But I was just wondering, how do you open up like a big whole pop-up garden right in the middle of the city without the proper permits? Like, how does that even happen?
Well, and I'm surprised because the guy Avram, who does that, he's the one that does those pop-ups all over the city.
So he should have his ducks in a
like
row, right?
the Cherry Blossom Festival and sometimes down on Waterworks. So something must have happened. Also, Kathy, there are a few of these things happening around the city. So maybe there's some department in the city that's kind of like tightening up on things.
It's L&I.
Yeah, but like maybe they're going after restaurants this week.
So it said they had previous violations. So they have no food license, no electrical permit. They have some sort of diesel fuel tank on premises, and they don't have like the proper.
This is the new connoisseur investigates.
I guess so. Well, listen, previous violations probably says it right there.
Right there.
Maybe that's
they
why
need
they're
more cola chop.
That must be. All right, so let's see what else we have here. All right, so food being expired. How can you tell if it's really expired or not?
I just had this. I have a question for you guys. I just had this conversation yesterday.
All right, well, you may be able to find this out. This guy, PhD student Kingdaliu Chawang of Southern Methodist University, has invented a sensor that determines if something has actually gone bad. The food sensor reports a food's pH levels.
Well, you know, we talked about the fact that, and this is perhaps in a connoisseur from about a year ago, what people are throwing away food too early, that it's still edible and still viable.
Yeah, and I go way past that best, used by best date.
It's like the Naked Gun.
Yeah, oh my God. I thought they closed 2 years ago. Guy sniffs it and passes out. But Rochelle is kind of like, when the date's there, boom, it's gone.
Yeah, I'm the same for food.
I'll go for like a week after.
Like for, like fresh foods and stuff like that, like chicken or...
Yeah, meat, I don't mess around with.
Yeah. I'm not
Because that can really maybe make you sick, so...
But there's wiggle room with a lot of these foods.
Yeah.
I mean, really, it's a fun little challenge.
You're a cockeyed optimist when it comes to...
By the way, the pH levels are higher when food has spoils. The invention has already been tested on fruit, fish, and milk.
I love fish and milk.
He said the need to prevent food waste motivated me to think of a device that is not expensive or labor intensive to develop if it's disposable and can detect freshness levels.
I remember when I get home from school, the first thing I do is pour myself a huge glass of milk and eat a halibut.
Oh my God, that's like a nightmare for me.
All right, what was your question?
So my friend's husband is a scientist, and we weren't specifically talking about food, okay? We were talking more about like packaged items.
Right.
And he was basically saying, depending on what it is, like the expiration date, not that it completely doesn't matter, but like it's not like right on. And so
no.
I have
could it
these, the liquid IV packets.
Yeah.
They're like electrolytes and all that kind of stuff. You just throw it in water or whatever. So I had bought a bunch, whatever. Anyway, long story short, I need some, and I pulled them out of the cabinet, and they expired in 2022. But it's just like a sugar packet. So I'm like, is the sugar bad? Like, it's still sugary. It's not like it molded together or anything like that.
Right.
Can I still use it? I mean, you guys know me. Of course, I'm not going to them and throw it out and go buy new ones. But like,
well, I think some of those dates have to do with quality and not necessarily safety. They have to do with whether the product is going to taste good.
Is it going to taste right?
Yeah. At the time. But some of them are, look, you could get sick, or it's gone bad, it's spoiled, but I think it depends on the product.
That's what I mean. It was just, it's essentially like a sweet, I don't know exactly what is in those packets, but it tastes bad.
Okay, so I keep a raw chicken box in the garage.
Stop. No, you don't.
And I'm always leery. Kathy,
I'll take your spoiled IV packet.
You want my,
I'll take it. You don't have to throw those away. Yeah.
All right.
You stick anything in the microwave, it's totally fine.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Bread I won't do. Even if the mold isn't there yet, if it's expired, it's going.
You know what I found about microwaves is the front of the microwave. You know how it's kind of like dotted?
Yeah.
You have to see through that. You know why that is
So
that
it doesn't
way?
kill you when you walk by it when it's on.
Yeah, it's the
Actually,
radiation.
yeah. The waves can't penetrate through that.
Right.
And allows you to see in there.
So that you don't get blinded like a mini Chernobyl in your kitchen.
Yeah, the waves are too big to go through those little holes. Isn't that weird?
It's like Dr. Manhattan because you heated up a slice of pizza.
All right, let's do another food clip, and I need you to identify the film. Marissa, if you could load up another one. Yeah, all right. Nick, I think you're going to like this one. All right, here we go. What movie is this from?
Anyway, since then, he's been, slapping the salami. No offense.
No.
Apparently, he's going for a world record. Chicken's burning.
Oh.
I love this line.
Damn. That looked good, too.
All right. 215-263-WMMR is the number. All right. Order up. All right. Let's see. By the way, I don't know when that invention is going to be available for us to purchase, but this guy has created it.
Yeah, I like the idea.
All right. Inflation has caused the cost of American cheese to increase 10%, and beer is up 9%. So what can you cook this July 4th to help keep costs low?
Cheese beer.
Cheese beer.
Expired stuff.
Actually, beer cheese soup.
Oh, yeah, it's good.
Phenomenal.
Big fan.
I have
not had.
I've not had it in a long time, but Steve, it's excellent.
I was, as I've said before many times before, I was an American and or Swiss cheese kind of guy for years, and then I had an epiphany, and I love sampling cheese, and I love olives and all that stuff.
So chicken breast, thighs, and drumsticks are actually priced lower than last year.
Oh.
And pork can be a cheaper option than beef this holiday.
What are the breasts? They higher? Chicken breasts?
Are they high? No, they're lower. So chicken breast, thighs, and drumsticks are priced lower this year.
Because I like the white meat.
And yeah, so all essentially chicken. In general. Now I'm
What about the eyeballs?
I'm a dark meat guy. Shish kebabs, beef birria, and pork carnitas. I love carnitas. Use a carnitas.
So delicious.
Use a combination of inexpensive ingredients like vegetables, tortillas, and sliced lettuce and onions. Tacos help your ground beef last longer. There's a good idea for your 4th of July. I know we always do hot dogs and hamburgers, but a taco
and carnitas
spread would be fantastic. Love me some tacos and carnitas.
So good.
Since the cost of eggs is coming down, deviled eggs can also make a great appetizer.
Man.
Hate them.
I love them.
I hate them.
They're so good.
Yeah, they are.
We're in the hate team.
Is it mayonnaise? Is that why?
Yeah,
like
you can mayonnaise, a little
Demon
horseradish, or some people put types of mustard or vinegar. There's all different kinds of ways you can make deviled eggs.
I like hard-boiled eggs, and I've tried them many times, and I can't stomach them.
Don't like them.
Have you substitute avocado for your mayonnaise?
Oh,
yes,
do
it
that.
does
work for me.
The color's a little funky. Because
What if
it's
I
like the green and
substitute a
yellow.
chocolate chip cookie for the whole thing?
You could do
Definitely.
that.
Yeah.
Nobody's saying you can't do that.
I like these deviled eggs. They
Marissa,
remind me of chocolate chip cookies.
Marissa, the problem is I'm not substituting anything. I need somebody else who's making them to substitute it so I can try it.
This is true.
I like a little bit of spice in my deviled eggs.
I do too.
Yeah.
How about some carnitas?
Yeah, all right. Put some pork on there.
I like a little bit of vinegar in there.
And pickles.
Yes.
Chop up some pickles and
You
put it
lost
in.
me at pickles.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're a pickle hater. And by the way,
in our house, we hate Tony Danza and pickles.
there's all right. I thought of a gift for Nick.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
right.
two things in a frame. You have a picture of Tony Danza and a picture of a pickle with the prohibition sign over both of them, and you just hang it up in the house.
That's fair.
All right. So, and this continues on for 4th of July. So, the question is, which American favorite wins for 4th of July? Hot dogs or hamburgers? There was a poll that was done, I believe.
That's a good question. I personally, and I love them both. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But the hamburger in my house, we hate Tony Danza and pickles. No,
if presented with both.
hamburger.
Yeah, I think I would too.
Yeah.
It's hardier.
I think that's why. I think most people I think more people would choose hamburger than hot dog.
But at a ball game, I would never eat a hamburger.
Hot dog.
Yeah,
hot dog.
Gotta be.
Without question.
Although, recently at Phil's ball games, I've switched over to the sausage.
Carnitas?
No, the sausage and peppers and onions.
Ooh.
Steve, there's...
Does that wreck you?
No. There's one, I think, behind the first base side or whatever. I cannot walk past that. It's the smell.
Yeah.
Every time.
No.
And I prefer
It's
that.
golden.
For whatever reason, to the hot dogs.
The Instacart data on these iconic American foods found that hot dogs are more popular in 30 American states. However, the entire Pacific Northwest prefers burgers, as does Washington, Oregon, and Florida.
So 30, that's a third of the states.
That's, no, that's more than half.
They're not 90 states?
No, there's not 90 states. Plenty of Americans enjoy both. Items likely to be purchased in the same cart as hot dog buns include hot dogs, hamburger buns, bratwurst, canned chili, and beef patties. Relish sales increase 79% by July 4th week, because that's a lot of hot dogs. By the way, you can put relish on a burger, too. It's great.
Yeah, my mom does that.
Let me ask you, do you think at barbecues in general, outdoor gatherings, do you think kids are more likely to gravitate towards hot dogs?
Yeah.
Probably.
I think so.
Do you remember when you were a kid and just, like a little kid, you just a hot dog?
Yeah.
Just a raw hot dog.
You don't want anything
Gnawing on a hot dog.
Raw?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I mean,
Ugh.
they're cooked already.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
they don't, it's not, you're not
It's still
eating raw
heated up,
meat.
right?
Yeah, non-heat. No, I remember as a kid just eating a
Well, it's like
hot dog right out of the fridge.
Vienna sausage.
Yeah. So apparently it's hot dogs overall.
It's like my box of raw chicken in the garage.
All right, let's see if somebody can give us an answer to the question, what movie is this food clip from?
Anyway, since then, he's been, slapping the salami. No offense.
No.
Apparently, he's going for a world record. Chicken's burning.
Oh.
Damn. That looked good, too.
All right, we're going to go to Tom, see if we can get the answer. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, buddy, what movie is that from, please?
Parenthood.
Parenthood is absolutely correct, yes.
By the way, Keanu Reeves is fantastic in Parenthood.
I love that scene.
I love the scene where Diane Weiss realizes, oh my God, he actually knows. He's got insight.
Yeah.
Like he's legit.
It was that scene.
Yeah.
Actually, it's he goes and talks to the kid. And he's essentially playing a very similar character to Bill and Ted.
Yep.
But he managed to separate from that and give it some heart.
John Wick now.
So here's what we have for Tom.
All right. Tom, you have won a 24-pack of Mary Can Bloody Mary mix. You can pick up those 24 packs wherever you can pick them up. Go to Mary Can Bloody Mary. I realized it says we have other copies.
Yeah.
I was trying to pull this up. That's why.
She's on open table right now.
Try Mary Can Bloody Mary mix in a can. Grab a pack of this convenient premium quality canned Bloody Mary
There it is.
for your holiday weekend brunch. Mary Can real vodka, gluten-free, and really good.
And there it is. All right, order up.
I love that holding the phone at the same time. And the winner for Best Picture is, let me see.
All right, how about this? Kathy actually forwarded me this story this week. A study conducted by Qantas Airline and the University of Sydney found that chili, chocolate, and carbs could help travelers recover from jet lag.
Interesting.
23 participants.
Did you eat them all at once?
Journeyed from
How's your chocolate chili?
From New York to Sydney, while researchers documented how they responded to various foods, lighting, and other conditions. Menus, in particular, seem to make a difference. Comfort foods like desserts and carbs correlated with better sleep and improved cognition 48 hours after landing.
How about that
So
crap?
food assisted in that. You're taking a big trip.
Yep.
And over some time zones. So is jet lag a concern when you...
Not much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't sleep a lot anyway.
Okay.
So, but yeah.
It can ding me a little bit. I mean, even going to Los Angeles, because that's a bigger leap, 3 hours than you think it is when you're having to deal with it.
It's always east-west that gets you. And,
Yes.
Usually for me, it's a day after. Like I'll get there and I'll be able to sort of power through or whatever. But the second or third day that I'm at that location, that's when it gets me.
And I think, Nick, it actually does come from the fact that I don't I don't sleep a lot during the week to begin with, so my adjusting capability is pretty damn good.
Well, and so when you go to Europe, that time difference. I remember one time we were in Italy and we were on a train and we were going. I think we were going to Pompeii. And Press. I like to have like the schedule, light schedule in place. And so it was like, okay, well, we need something to do. We were like, I felt like we were like addicts nodding out on the train. Like we could not keep our heads up, and like it was this packed train. I felt like people were staring at us, but that's a rough one when you get there because you fly
We're
overnight.
going to have to ask you junkies to leave.
And you have to rely on any sleep that you got on the plane.
Which is nominal at best.
Exactly.
So a carb-enriched diet might be the case here?
Or chili and chocolate.
Chili and chocolate.
We could just eat chocolate.
Chocolate. That's right, man.
Chocolate chili sandwich.
So you can arrive wherever you're going 40 pounds heavier.
And you are good to go. All right, here's another clip. Let's play it. Let's see if you can identify it. I got it set up, Marissa. Right. What movie is this food clip from? Here we go.
You gotta love crab. The nick of time, too. Couldn't take much one of those coconuts. Coconut milk's a natural laxative.
All right, let's see if you know the answer to that. 215-263-WMMR. And another story for you from the connoisseur file. All right, Steve sent me this, and apparently Buttercream is making a big impact in the cake world of Philadelphia.
And I would have to say I applaud this. I have never been a fan of fondant, which is the go-to, right?
Fondant sucks.
Fondant to me tastes like
terrible.
marzipan, which I hate.
And
there's only one. I've had two fondants in my life that are a saucy redhead who makes cakes. Has a fondant that's very good, but otherwise it tastes too candy-like. Do you agree?
Yeah, it's only there because it makes for a good it looks nice.
You're not
A good
really supposed to
presentation.
eat it. I mean, you can. It's edible, but it's not part of the
good.
delicious treat that is cake.
But it suckers you in because it looks tasty.
Yes.
You know, it looks like it should taste good, and then you get your mouth gets all set for some tasty frosting, and it doesn't happen.
So I always do buttercream on cakes, cupcakes, things like that. So what's happening with it now?
They're just they're getting rid of the fondant, and the cake's decorated to look like a bowling ball or whatever. How they for a while we were going through that phase where is it a cake? And
It's a turntable.
Yeah.
But I love a classic buttercream decorated cake, the old style with the little flourish. I don't know what you call the particular little swirly structures, but they're awesome.
Yeah,
I want the cake to taste good.
Those are called, Steve, I actually have the name of that.
Flumples.
Here. No, they're not flumples. It's in this art. I'll find it. Hang on. All right, anyway. But you know what? Oh, squiggles. Squiggles or ruffles or lace.
All that works for me.
I like cream cheese frosting. I think.
Yes.
I think that's fantastic.
Very nice.
And I do like a good buttercream, but I like cream cheese frosting.
Do you know it was a good frosting that I had one time? It was made from Nutella.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So in this article, which I think you got from the Inquirer, I'm not sure.
Yes, from the Inquirer. Yes.
So Noelle Wheatley, Blizzard of New June Bakery, says a cake to taste like a cake, or customers want a cake to taste like a cake and things to just look the way they actually look now. And like I said, all those realistic looking cakes are kind of taking a backseat. The backlash against fondant also targets the flawless look of such cakes. Buttercream is more authentic, according to this article.
Well, that blows like the Cake Boss out of the water, right? Because the Cake Boss was pretty much predicated on these artistic fondant structures.
Mallory Valvano, the baker behind the ecstatic neon frosted cakes of Party Girl Bake Club.
Oh my God, I want one of these for my birthday. They're so cool. She makes crazy cakes.
Uses American buttercream with a secret ingredient drawing inspiration from vintage Wilton's cake decorating books from the 80s.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. Wait, what is this, Maurice?
So she's just a pop-up. You just find her on Instagram. She releases like so many cakes. You have to order them a couple weeks out, but they're like root beer flavored buttercream or strawberry shortcake or lemon something.
We're looking at them right now.
Crazy, yeah.
And I'm looking at her, very 80s inspired.
Yeah, very eccentric, 90s, 80s. It's fun.
So buttercream can be dyed and manipulated, piped into rosettes.
Ooh.
Tiny green leaves are used to make squiggles or ruffles or lace. And Ashley Houston, who runs Dream World Bakes out of West Philly. You got anything to say about her or them?
I haven't had it yet. Or New June yet. Yeah.
Squiggles and Lace, a Stevie Nicks song?
No, that was Leather and Lace.
Oh.
She tends to use Italian buttercream, which is a syrup of butter and sugar mixed with egg whites, and decorates her cakes with seasonal fruit and fresh flowers, adding sugar pearls and edible crystals and glitter along the way.
Yeah, she's a much different feel than the first one.
Okay. Yeah.
I just have to say, I have been doing.
Is this the best connoisseur ever?
No. I have been doing this, asking people to decorate with buttercream instead of the fondant for forever, because we always do like a big fancy cake for Jace's birthday, and like it's not good with that. And Nick, we had her, I think you booked her. She was on a TV show, a baking TV show that she won. She was out of Delaware.
Oh, the cake slut.
No! Oh my God!
Am I thinking something different?
Pastry slut is Roxanne. Yeah, no, there is a girl named Pastry Slut.
Really? All right.
Yep.
All right.
I feel like her name is, and she's going to kill me because she's
Betty
probably
Crocker?
listening. No, Victoria. It's Victoria.
Okay,
Yes.
I remember her.
She would do this for me. I was like, I don't want fondant. I want it to taste good. They're kids, and
But it's true because fondant doesn't taste good, and so a cake, the buttercream, the icing is such a huge part of it.
Steve, I'm not a big Reddit guy, but there's an entire subreddit of that's called Fondant Hate. But the interesting thing is the cakes look really cool.
Yes, they do.
They just don't taste, the outside of them tastes terrible.
well, and the buttercream is it's going to taste better. It can look just as nice, but it's not as tough as the fondant.
You can't build a high-rise cake out of buttercream, but I'd rather have the cake. My mother used to make was my favorite cake, devil's food cake. She'd put grape jelly between the layers of the cake to hold it together, which I think was great. She'd make her own chocolate frosting, and that was a home run. I loved it. Simple.
Yeah.
Didn't have to have it a working turntable or whatever.
Yeah, F fondant.
Yeah, F fondant.
Fondant sucks.
Come around here with that stuff, I'll crack your head.
All right. Let's see if someone can answer the question, what movie is this food clip from? Here we go.
You gotta love crab. The nick of time, too. Couldn't take much more of those coconuts. Coconut milk's a natural laxative.
All right, we're looking at Lindsay to tell us what movie that's from. Lindsay, good morning.
Hi.
Hi, Lindsay. All right, what movie is it?
Castaway.
Yep, hang on a second. Here's what we have for you, Lindsay.
All right, Lindsay, you have won a 24-pack of Mary Can Bloody Mary in a can. Try Mary Can today and tomorrow at your local PA wine and spirit stores, and keep an eye out for more tastings of Mary Can, your go-to summer drink. Get details at bar2table.com. That's bar2table.com.
All right, I'm afraid we gotta close things up, gang.
Listen, it was a good one, though.
Thank you for coming by the restaurant. We appreciate it, and hopefully you found something appetizing. We have some more things to give away, actually, and I want to do that now. We have Mission Impossible. We have a screening of Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1, and the screening is going to be at the UA King of Prussia on the 6th at 7 p.m., and we got a bunch of these, so I'm going to take 8 callers right now, and we're going to give you passes. 215-263-WMMR. Give us a call right now, 215-263-WMMR. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll get the B file, and then after that, our guests start arriving. Derek Pitts from the Franklin Institute, the Fells Planetarium. Legendary comedian George Wallace is going to be here. Our friends from Mystery Science Theater 3000 and Ice Cube, all
holy hell
on the program. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Got a lot of traction. Like everyone hit me up. Like even like people who don't get fazed by it. Like Rogan was like, "Dude, Mark Hamill's your dad," and then and then I went on the news and my news Google feed, and I was in my own Google feed news, and it said Bert Kreischer is not going to rehab.
Yeah, Bert, I got an email from someone who was like, hey, since he's your godfather, I thought I'd reach out to you. Is Bert really going to rehab, or was that a joke?
I was like, there's no way.
There's no way. Yeah.
I said it to Casey.
Yeah, we were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and Segura wanted to say, congrats on the movie, and we couldn't talk about it yet.
Right.
And he goes, tell everyone where you're going. And I go, I can't. And he goes, just say it. And I go, I can't. And he goes, say it. And I go, I'm going to rehab. And it made us laugh, and we just kept talking about it. And then we forgot to say, I'm not going to rehab. Angela, everyone sent me these really heartfelt messages like, this is a new step in your journey.
Oh, my God.
Bert, have we
it's more
spoken
believable that I would be going to rehab than shooting a movie.
Yeah.
Have we spoken to you since the whole Jennifer Aniston thing happened?
No, you have not.
Okay, so for our listeners, explain how that all came, how that all happened.
So Segura and I were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and he said, he made up a lie, and he said he met Jennifer Aniston. and I really fell for it. And it was a funny story, a funny lie. And then I said, we should make a pact. If we ever meet Jennifer Aniston, we've got to bring the other one with us. And he's like, okay. He's like, well, let's set up the scenario. You pitch it to her. How would you want to meet? And I said, I want to meet at her house. And he's like, that's a little aggressive to say, I want to meet at your house. And I was like, well, we can't do it at my house. We can't do it at your house. And he's like, should we bring our wives? And I'm like, no. And then I go, can she bring someone? And he goes, yeah, probably for safety. And then he caught himself and he goes, maybe that's not the message we want to send out.
Right? You're going to need protection.
Laughing at the idea that we were pitching that she should bring safety to a meeting with us, and we laughed probably for 10 minutes. Literally just laughed for 10 minutes. And then one night I'm getting ready to, I get done working out. I'm at the new house. I'm getting ready to have a cocktail, and Segura calls me and he goes, have you checked your DMs? And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, check your DMs. I checked my DMs and I got a DM from Jennifer Aniston. Wow. And we lost it. I mean, it was like you guys are the funniest guys. And then we're like, do not let her watch any of the Reese Witherspoon stuff we've done. I don't think she'll think we're funny anymore.
Right. Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. Wow.
It was crazy.
So going back to the movie for a second, Bert, Mark Hamill's the only name that's been announced associated with this. Is there, can we leak a little information here on the Preston and Steve Show? Anybody else that we might know is involved in the project?
I don't know. I don't know how to say their names.
Are you using a lot of local actors or actors from Europe that we might not be familiar with?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're using a lot of them. The guy playing Igor is awesome. I mean, if I send you his video, I'll send you his video.
Yeah.
If I can get it today, I'll send it to you, and you will fall in love with this dude the second he says the machine. Okay. That's my favorite casting probably that I've seen. Actually, everyone's great. The girl. I don't know who I can say, but by the way, I can't even say any of their names. So.
Yeah. No, it's so cool.
I would love to see like Boban. How do you say his last name? Basketball player, 7'5".
He's in John Wick 3, Parabellum. Yeah,
that guy would be great. I don't know. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to ask you. So you do Two Bears in One Cave. You're also doing this podcast with Bill Burr. We're actually going to have Bill Burr on the show tomorrow. So why do you giggle like that?
I bet that guy makes me giggle. Has he ever told you? Has he ever told you about the time he was at the Sistine Chapel?
No.
Should we ask him about it?
Or is he going to get mad?
No. He's like, I'm such a moron, Bert. He goes, I'm at the Sistine Chapel with my wife. We're looking up, and I'm thinking, this is great. You know what? If someone was smart, they'd open a bar right outside here and call it the 17th Chapel.
17th? The 16th Chapel.
That's fantastic. Giggle so hard. We did a podcast with Stan Hope.
That's great.
And all we did was talk about day drinking, best day drinking scenarios. And Bill hasn't drank in like 2 years. Yeah. And I swear to God, all of us almost fell off the wagon.
By the way, here's a connection. You're going to be related to Mark Hamill in The Machine, and Bill Burr's on The Mandalorian. You're all now living in the Star Wars universe to some extent. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, what's interesting is I got an offer to be on The Mandalorian like 2 months ago. They hit me up. They sent me with this role, and they're like, "Hey, you interested?" And I was just like, "I'll pass." What? And my daughters lost it. They're like, "Why? What are you doing?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really." Not really like I don't watch The Mandalorian. Like I tried to watch it, I couldn't get into it.
Right.
And my daughters lost it. They lost it.
It's a great show. It's so freaking good. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then when we got Mark Hamill to play my dad, I went, I think I'm still a Jedi, guys. Like, it runs in the family.
You know, Bill's whole thing is he's always made fun of the Star Wars universe. He's always, and here he is, and he jokes, he talks about, you're friends with him. And here he is square in the middle, and now he's having to sort of sheepishly say, okay, I kind of get it now, you know?
Oh, yeah, wait, that's a great one. Ask him to tell you about all the stuff going on in season 1. Say, hey, Bill, the seasons you did, tell us about the story.
Oh, he has no idea.
He hasn't watched any of them.
All right, yeah, we'll get him on that.
Bert, it was years ago. We had done this live broadcast. Basically, it was from like a trash company, right? So it's a place. They won an opportunity. They did a charity drive, and they won an opportunity for us to broadcast live. And Bill Burr came out, and we actually flew him out to this live broadcast in a helicopter. I don't know if he's going to remember that, but it was so funny because that was like the first taste of the real Bill Burr that I got, because we wanted to play this game called Crack Shot, right? And Crack Shot is listeners call up, give us trivia questions. If we get it wrong, we get shot with a BB gun. And so we wanted him to be the shooter. And he's like, no, I'm not doing it. No, I don't want to do it. He's like, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, this. I think we just offended Bill Burr. Like, this is like shooting people with a BB gun is beneath him. He's like, nah, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, we weren't shooting him.
No, he was going to shoot us. Yeah.
But still, he didn't like it, so that was fine. Yeah, it apparently didn't hurt his career, so he's doing fine. Yeah. So how long will the shoot be taking place for the machine, Bert?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, wow.
Is your family coming out at all?
My wife is. Yeah. She comes out in like 2 weeks, and then I wanted the girls to come out, but everything's still kind of weird with COVID.
Yeah.
I wanted to go through Europe with them. I was like, we're never gonna get this opportunity again.
Does she get the Gulfstream 550 treatment too, or will she be flying? You're laughing. Lufthansa.
Yeah, there you go,
Coach. Take the loofah, honey.
Should be flying standby. If you think about this, Bert, listen, this has been a traumatic, horrible year for the planet as far as, all the stuff that's been going on. But you have been on a career high.
Yeah.
You have been on fire. It started with your Netflix special, the Go Big show, the Cabin show. Every time you turn around, you got something out. Now you're in production on the machine. Have you had time to pause and process how things are going? In light of all that's not going right, you are the one shining beacon.
I had a great 2020. I don't know what everyone was
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Harvard Medical School actually called you to give a talk on how to properly set a bone in somebody's arm based on what you did for Tom Segura.
Yeah, Tom blew out his knee and broke his arm. I had a great game that day. I don't know what he's talking about.
Casey references all the time and just starts cracking up at you going over.
Just because you didn't like the way his arm looked, you're like, you shouldn't your arm shouldn't be like that. Let me do that. And then you gave him a little tap, on the, hey, good job, buddy. Dude, sometimes I just think about it and I laugh. That was so funny.
Yeah, I did a tour. I did 4 tours. I did the vet. I had a fun 2020, man. Everyone's complaining about it.
It seems like Bert. It seems like 10 years ago that we were in the parking lot and you were doing the show. And but here we are. Yeah, but at least the general consensus and feeling is that we're moving out of this, which is good.
The last thing that we did as a show collectively with listeners involved Bert at the Cardboard Classic.
Yeah,
I mean, that was a little more than a year ago at this point, but Bert was there for that, and then the crap at the fan, man.
Yeah.
Everything stopped.
And then the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. That's your team.
This has been a really great year, man. Things are looking up and up.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, man, it's exciting news, and this whole thing with Mark Hamill it's just the coolest. So
it's unbelievable.
We'll hope that that filming goes well and everything runs its course, and hopefully we'll be talking to you soon, man. But we appreciate you checking in all the way from Serbia this morning.
Well, thank you, guys. I love you guys. I really do. Thank
Likewise.
You
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. We love you. Later. Bert Kreischer, guys. Thanks, man. Take care, bud.
That's awesome.
All right. So,
Jesus.
wow.
So cool.
He's living the life, dude.
Now,
he's living the life. And I hadn't thought about that until you pointed that out, Steve.
Yeah.
that the world has gone to hell and Bert Kreischer's is just on top of everything.
The pinnacle of his career.
Well, good for him. Or to take an instrument
that's been around for so long
and give it a new sound. And that's what I think our next guest has done. And he comes loaded with accolades and is well vetted.
Just a bit.
In the world of jazz music. And I know that us being a rock station may not be familiar with him, which is why we want to have him on this morning. Turning on to something. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Antonio Sanchez.
Yeah.
Is here this morning. How are you, man?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Nice to meet you. My pleasure. It's wild. I'm nervous talking to you because we have two drum kits set up in here, and by the way, it's their idea that you and I play together, and we've done it a few times. We've had some pretty big names in the world of drums here. I've played against or with Mike Portnoy.
I like that.
Mike Portnoy, Questlove have done it, and but I'm
not
more intimidated in sitting down playing with you than either of those guys.
No, don't worry. I'll go really easy.
No, don't worry about it. I don't want to have a battle. I just
It's
want to
not
have
a drum
jam
off.
with you.
It's a jam.
You like me. We shall do the bizarre file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I've collected stories from around the world to share with you, and we will start in Mumbai.
Not Abu Dhabi?
Not Abu Dhabi or Dubai, Mumbai.
All right.
A passenger flying from Mumbai to Delhi reportedly urinated and defecated on the floor of a plane mid-flight.
Must have been excited.
An Air India spokesperson said the man behaved in a repulsive manner. The passenger was separated from other passengers and arrested upon landing. And it is suspected that he was intoxicated.
Of course. We've talked about this. There should be some sort of temporary brig, something you can put them in, right?
I agree.
Sequester them from the rest of the passengers.
A spokesperson for the airline said Air India follows a zero-tolerance policy for such unruly and unacceptable behavior.
Throw them out of the plane.
They draw the line at poop. An investigation into the incident
That's a bridge too far.
is ongoing. A runaway bull was filmed running through the streets of the city in Pakistan before darting into a steakhouse.
Oh, no.
Through the front door. A video shows.
Jesus Christ.
A video filmed in Karachi shows the bull running loose through the streets of the city with people on motorcycles in pursuit. The video shows the bull charge at a man standing outside of the Kopi restaurant, causing him to flee inside the business.
Why does that picture of my uncle have those little sections drawn on him? Oh, no.
The bull follows the man inside the steakhouse, and the animal is seen moments later being led out of the eatery on a rope. Witnesses said no one was injured. Steve, it was not
an utter catastrophe.
Thank you. There was no damage to the property either. A United Kingdom man on vacation with his family in Jamaica, this is terrible, died after attempting to partake in a challenge that involved drinking all 21 cocktails featured on a bar's menu.
These are always incredibly risky, these imbibing competitions.
Timothy Southern had finished 12 of the menu's various cocktails when he returned to his hotel room at the Royal Decameron Club Caribbean in St. Anne, where he later died.
I was talking about this the other night. I took my bull out to Ruth's Chris, Preston.
Oh, yeah. A pathologist in Kingston said the 53-year-old man's cause of death was acute gastroenteritis due to alcohol consumption. An initial investigation found that he had been drinking brandy and beer throughout the morning. And at some point during the day, he met two Canadian women celebrating a birthday. The women told him they were trying to complete the 21 cocktail challenge before midnight as part of their festivities. And it was not immediately clear how quickly Southern consumed the 12 cocktails. I'm sure that's had a lot to do with it. His family members who were on the trip with him said that they tried in vain to help. One family member said he was on his back choking. I put him in the recovery position and screamed for an ambulance. He was making a gurgling sound. As soon as he was in the recovery position, he vomited, and I was shouting his name with no response. The family has since expressed outrage and dissatisfaction with the emergency crews who tried to save him in his hotel, claiming that they were unprepared to effectively take care of him. One of the relatives said, when the nurse arrived, I said, had an ambulance been called? And she said no, and I thought she would take over, but that was not the case. I noticed he was starting to lose temperature. I checked his pulse and couldn't find it. They told her to start CPR because she didn't do it, and obviously he died. The grieving relative added the service and treatment we received was disgusting, so obviously they're going to...
A little bit of a lawsuit coming.
Pursue that, yeah. Abby Osborne gave birth to her daughter in the spring of 2023 and was surprised to receive a $450 hospital bill for the baby boy's circumcision. But it was a girl. Osborne tweeted the hospital's blunder and received a number of replies from patients who had also been charged for medical services that never took place.
So they sent her a refund and a piece of foreskin.
One woman was charged for a mammogram for 3 breasts, despite only having 2.
Oh, God. Well, don't you keep a spare?
One man claimed he went to the ER for an incident regarding braces in his mouth and was charged for a uterus examination.
It seems to me that they're really padding their bills a lot.
While Osborne was able to have the charges removed, she now implores people to carefully check their medical bills.
It's something a lot of people don't think of.
Yeah. Authorities say a property owner in Kinlan, New Jersey, illegally cut down 32 large trees on his neighbor's property, clearing the views on a property that real estate listings boast as an ideal location to watch the sunrise light up the New York City skyline like gold. A teleconference municipal court hearing on Tuesday for charges against Grant Haber drew so many people that the town prosecutor was initially unable to log on. Much of the attention appears to have been fueled by a Twitter post that had been retweeted thousands of times in the day heading into the session.
It looks horrible, by the way. It's just radically carved out of the hillside. Also, he could see the skyline from his house.
Kinlan's tree removal ordinance requires anyone who illegally removes a tree to replace it with another or a like or superior species.
Or how about just do it on your property?
And user Sam Glickman on the Twitter post said that he had been told that Harbor had been quoted at $1.5 million to have a service build a road built to allow access for tree replacements and then plant the new trees and water them for 2 years. And violations of ordinance also carry a fine up to $1,000 per tree. So this guy is going to face some serious charges. You can't do that. You can't go cutting down your neighbor's trees. You cannot do it.
No.
All right, and then finally we'll end with this story. This is fun. A man who became the only passenger to stick out a nearly 18-hour delay for a scheduled flight from Oklahoma to North Carolina ended up getting the VIP treatment as the plane's sole passenger.
Wow.
So he's the only guy on the plane, and he waited. All right, his name is Phil Stringer. Lives in Greensboro, North Carolina. He said he waited 17 hours and 52 minutes before boarding his flight from Oklahoma City to Charlotte.
I think they had to call like a flight crew, like they were already like done for the day, and they would call them in.
Stringer discovered all the other passengers who were supposed to be on the flight had either caught other planes or given up on the delayed plane. He joked in a TikTok video that he had bought out every seat on the plane to avoid having to deal with people. He said the crew were in good spirits. He said they had to get called. They were at their hotel, like they were going to go to bed.
Yeah.
He said, I felt so badly because I was like, oh my God, they literally had to come here for me. But he said he ended up making friends with the plane's crew during the flight.
It looked like they had fun because he made a full video of it, and you can see him. He asked the baggage guy, he goes, how many bags did you load onto this plane? And you see the guy, he goes, 1.
Kathy, I saw a story with this guy on the news, and I think they misplaced his bag.
Stop.
They
Come
lost
on.
his luggage.
I kid you not.
Come on. How is that possible?
They just,
Kathy,
they did it.
Apple tags, right?
Yeah, Steve, yep.
But he said with the staff, he said, we joked, we laughed, we cut up. I exchanged phone numbers with them, and we're still literally texting today in group messages.
I'm thinking of that scene in Meet the Fockers, Meet the Parents.
Yeah, Meet the Parents, yep. The bomb. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. Marissa, I'm going to need a bed here as we get ready to take a break. So we have a bunch of people that are going to be on the program this morning, and our first guest has already arrived and is in the green room, so we're going to get him in here in a moment. I'll tell you who that is when we come back, but we're also going to have Ice Cube on the program. We're going to have Joel and Matt from Mystery Science Theater 3000 because they're going to be doing Blob Fest, and comedian George Wallace is going to be stopping by as well. So we have a bunch to get to. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we'll have our first guest of the morning. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. What's going on?
Yeah, it seems so cool to me. Now it's a royal pain in the ass because you got to lug that crap around and put it together. As Antonio was getting set up, I'm like, one of the burdens of being a drummer is having to set up the drum kit. you have people that do that for you now, I would imagine.
On occasion.
On occasion. But yeah, so you learned from the world of rock. So you came up with that music, and then at some point, jazz had to have caught your ear.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, basically, I was into Copeland, Neil Peart, John Bonham.
We've talked about this, Preston, that there's this impenetrable jazz wall that people, they have a perception about it. And I love fusion jazz. I love Pat Metheny. I love, and I love John Coltrane. And I love, all the different, to talk about that improvisational thing. And people say, oh, it's too complex. I don't understand it. But I think in many ways, it taps into that the artist expressing themselves in a way that I think it can connect with you in a way that's maybe more profound than a lot of people think. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there seems to be this, a lot of people perceive it as, it's not my thing. But I think on a visceral level, you might find that it's a little bit more intense.
Well, the thing is, I hate when jazz is too brainy.
Yeah.
And when there's no really a story telling, when jazz doesn't really tells a story, it becomes really boring, and it just becomes about people just kind of showing off.
When you listen to fusion jazz and really intense, super duper fast swing and bebop and stuff like that the average ear, some of it, like, we don't know where you are. I don't know time-wise where you guys are, but you guys all do, and I find that fascinating. When I get lost in a song, and by that meaning I don't know where 1, 2, 3, 4 is, and all of a sudden you guys come back together and bang, you're right on top of it. It fascinates me as a percussionist. I'm like, how the hell did they do that?
It's so cool. I think anyone can appreciate that.
But you can see how daunting that is to people who don't understand what you guys are doing, because it can sound like noise.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But that's one of my main missions. And, Steve, you mentioned Pat Metheny. I've been playing with him for 18 years. So, one of the things I learned from him is to try to make things accessible. You don't have to be complicated for the sake of being complicated. And it's a lot about lyricism, about melody, and, about communicating something to the audience. If you're overly complicated just for the fact, just for the sake of complication, then you lose me as well.
A couple of drummer questions for you, going back to Stuart Copeland for a moment. One of the things Antonio does that caught my eye and ear is that he uses all of the voices of the drum kit that are available, and ones that you may not have heard before. And I'm talking about hitting the rims, hitting the shells, playing with your fingers, hands, and so on and so forth, and incorporating all that stuff. And going back to Stuart Copeland, is your affinity for rim knocks, does some of that come back from listening to Stuart growing up?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. He was the man for that. And then when I started playing Latin jazz, there's tons of that.
Okay. How about using, because the first thing that I found really, really interesting about, I just pulled up and it just said on YouTube, Antonio Sanchez drum solo. And I watched you, and you're playing along without setting the sticks down. You're also holding on the sticks and playing with your fingers on the snare drum and here and there. And it sounds like more than one drummer is playing at the same time, which I found really interesting. Is that a technique you just kind of stumbled across and decided to expand on, or did you get some influence from that?
Well, I studied quite a bit of percussion when I was at Berkeley as well, like congas and bongos and stuff like that, instruments that you play with your hands. And I just started incorporating it little by little as I was holding the sticks. And a lot of things as well I stumbled upon.
So this week, or last week even, when I knew you were coming in, I'm like, well, I better practice. I'm going to play with Antonio Sanchez. And I sat down to play a couple times, and I was just like, this is a waste of time. I'm just going to wait till he comes in here, and I will just do what I can.
He was in here early, by the way, before the show, banging away and trying to get up to speed. But, but it is what it is. It's all good.
But when someone is, when you were really into it, how much were you practicing a day? It had to have been a lot.
I was never the kind of guy that would practice like 7 hours, 8 hours a day. I saw a lot of those people at Berkeley, and I was like, oh man, I should practice more. And then I realized that I was playing way better than a lot of those guys because I thought, I was practicing in a smarter way.
Okay.
I was working on my weaknesses way more than my strengths.
Right.
And I would do like 3 hours a day, 4 hours a day.
What would you say to people who, because I tried really, really hard. I hunkered down, I practiced, I worked on it for hours at a time. but there is a thing as natural ability versus effort.
Yeah.
And you can work as hard as you can, but sometimes, listen, otherwise everybody would be hitting a home run every single time out of the park if they could do it.
Right.
There's some people that have more of an ability. If you find yourself plateauing technique-wise, ability-wise, and it frustrates you, is there anything that you would give as advice to people as to, don't give up?
To me, the most important thing, I always say that technique without concept is like giving a machine gun to a kid.
Okay.
It's a very powerful weapon that if you don't know how to use it, you're just going to injure other people around you, with your lack of musicality.
Yeah.
So to me, it's always go back to the music. What is musical? Sometimes you hear this term, oh, he's such a musical drummer.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That he plays with taste. You never say, oh, he's such a musical piano player.
Right.
Because it's understood that musicians play music. And a lot of times drummers are not musicians. There's just drummers that bang away at the instrument.
You and I are going to play together.
Okay.
Here's what I'd like to do. We jam a little bit.
All right.
And then I want you to show me something stupid. So, or something awesome, because we got to get a taste of.
All right, so
sounds good.
Sashay on over there. Preston's ambling on over, and Antonio's getting in place. And we have two drum kits here, side by side.
Hey, I am so nervous. I'm shaking a little bit.
Antonio, do you know how to play Wipeout? Can you play Wipeout?
Stop it.
I never did, but we can.
Why don't you want to trade 8? I'll start a beat and we can trade 8 on a little solo one or something like that?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, who's going to start first so we know?
Well, we'll start together.
All right. Okay.
Well, you know what? Here's the deal. I'll play a rhythm, and Antonio will sync up with me, because he may start playing something I can't play.
Yeah.
So let me start.
That's probably inevitable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and then at some point, I'll do like a little 8-beat riff, and then he'll do it. And we'll figure it out, right?
Yeah.
All right,
you'll figure it out.
All right. I don't know what to do.
awesome.
I'm sorry, I have to say, man, come on, what are you talking about? You sound great.
See?
Yeah.
So Chuck was standing back here. He goes, he points at Preston. He goes, he's a rock drummer, and then he points at you, Antonio. He goes, he's a jazz drummer. He said there was a difference, and so I can't tell. I'm not a drummer. I can't tell the between the.
Yeah. To begin with, the sound of the drums is very different. You know, yours are tuned like a rock kid.
Yep.
But man, your time is really good.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
That's you see.
I appreciate
Beat
it.
yourself up for nothing. Listen to the man. He knows what he's talking about.
I don't even know what just happened and what I just watched, but the beats and your hands going at different times and your feet going at different times, it was amazing.
Well, but Kathy, and that speaks to why you need to go see. You need to go see in person, at the Ardmore, because it's obviously it's something that it's to see it and see it performed live is a wholly other thing. You appreciate it.
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. In honor of our next guest here in the studio, I am going to give away the last of the run of engagement passes I have to see the new Wes Anderson film, Asteroid City.
There you go. How appropriate.
So I will take the next 6 callers, and that's what we have left, 215-263 WMMR. It is in theaters now. And our next guest, we love having him on the program. He is, of course, the chief astronomer and director of the Fells Planetarium at the Franklin Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Derek Pitts is here with us this morning.
Morning. Thank you. Thank you.
Good to see you, Derek.
Great to be here.
Hey, I do have a question. Did I give away tickets to Asteroid City?
Yeah.
We had a close encounter with an asteroid, I believe, yesterday I was reading about. Were you aware of that?
I didn't feel the breeze.
All right.
wasn't that close.
Yeah, it was 2013 WV44 is what they've designated.
How close was it?
It doesn't in the article that I read, it did not say. So it must not have been that crazy close.
Wasn't that crazy close.
Okay.
Yeah, there was one 2 weeks ago that was 2 lunar distances away.
Okay.
That was close, but the one that was announced was 8 lunar distances away. Not close, but it was really big. It was 500 feet. The one that was closer was only, 90 feet.
Okay. Okay. So I'm surprised. I did not know that detections of something that size were, that you could pick up on things
NASA
like that.
is all over this.
Okay.
And they have to be because, as I say, there aren't many Earth-killing asteroids around anymore. There certainly haven't been any identified that's going to do any damage to the Earth in the next 100 years.
Oh, we're clear then.
We're clear. Yeah, we don't have to worry. But the smaller ones, we do have to worry about the smaller ones. And so NASA's been building their capability to detect ever smaller ones because, if you have one that's 50 feet in diameter, it can really ruin your day. Yeah. So, and that's a city size, that's a city killer size if you give it enough velocity. So we need to be able to detect smaller ones.
Do we know of the last one of that size that has hit Earth? It hasn't happened during during recorded history, has it?
No, not during recorded history, but 50,000 years ago.
Right.
Meteor Crater, Arizona was the location of that most recent big impact.
And that's it's there visible for anyone. You can see it. It's
Actually, Kathy's going to be right near it.
Oh, yeah.
Next week. You got to go see it.
Yeah. So that, Derek, was the impact, as we understand, that was the planet killer that many years ago, correct?
Not a planet killer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But, big enough to cause a crater a mile wide and a quarter mile deep.
Right.
Okay, that's serious, but not a planet killer.
So we've been talking about the movie Greenland, which is sort of fascinating, I think, and it does show, regardless of the size, something of moderate, say a school bus size at the right velocity can do devastating damage, correct?
Oh my gosh, yes. I mean, this is one of the basic formulas of physics. Force equals mass times acceleration.
Right.
It's not that bad. If you have a small object with a small mass but a high velocity, it can do tremendous damage. Likewise, if you have something that's very big moving at a slow speed, you get the same effect. But the point is, don't discount something small because if it's moving quickly, it can really tear you up. So,
what was amazing was we watched the footage that they got. I think it was the Japanese astronomers they landed a satellite on a meteor, right?
Mm-hmm. On an asteroid.
On an asteroid.
Yep.
And that footage was pretty amazing. Was that what you had envisioned it would look like, or were you blown away by what you saw?
Oh, completely blown away by what I saw. Oh, yeah, for sure. Because we've never seen asteroids that close up before. right? And then the actual, interaction of coming down to the surface and back up again. I mean, you could imagine it.
Yeah.
But we've never seen anything like that
It was
before.
amazing.
Yeah, totally cool.
Yeah.
Derek, when you talk about things entering into our atmosphere, when we see, shooting stars, quote unquote, I've heard that some of those that we visibly see can be as small as like very tiny pebbles or grains of sand or things like that.
Most of the ones we see are sand grain size.
Wow.
Most of them.
That's the velocity we're talking about.
But they're traveling at 45,000 miles per hour.
That's crazy.
So, the glow we see comes from the compaction of the air that gets heated, when this thing comes in.
That's
Kathy,
amazing.
Even that has to blow you away, right?
Yeah.
That huge light you see way off in the distance is something this tiny.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
60 miles up.
Yeah.
So I accrue things when I know you're going to be on, and things I want to ask you about. A couple
Let's
things.
have them.
All right. So I was reading about this Moxie experiment on Mars, where they extracted oxygen. Did you?
Oh, yes.
Right.
Sure.
So they're extracting oxygen from the atmosphere.
Yep, right.
Which raises the question for me. So obviously, long-term missions to Mars could benefit from this experiment.
For sure, yeah.
But we often hear in science fiction about terraforming.
Yes. Ooh.
How viable which is basically putting Earth's atmosphere on another planet?
Yeah, completely ridiculous. This is why you got to love science fiction, because it plants these ideas of, what somebody wants to dream to be possible, but then you back up from that and say, well, wait a minute, what can we do really?
Right.
And then you end up with stuff like domed cities, or you're, in a lava tube on the surface of the moon, which is realistic, of course.
Right.
That kind of stuff. But terraforming, can you imagine the amount of energy necessary?
I can't. Yeah.
No, you can't do it.
Yes. Right. Could you conceive? Obviously, with the domed area, you could.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah. Okay. Got your back on that.
Nick and I are huge fans of this author named Andy Weir. He wrote The Martian and Project Hail Mary, which is his most recent book. I've read it twice. I don't know if you've read the book.
Not yet.
Outstanding. The
My
science,
summer read.
The science is obviously takes some liberties to get from A to B, but it's very, very. It seems very true to life. So I want to recommend that, and they are making it into a movie.
Cool.
But with the and they do tackle something about this interstellar travel in being protected from radiation. We're talking about a Mars mission eventually. Have they figured that out yet?
They're still working on figuring it out. Right.
Because that's a huge hurdle.
They better sew that one up.
Yeah.
yeah. They need to figure that out quickly. Yeah, but the challenge is, how do you come up with a viable method of radiation protection that doesn't have a tremendous amount of mass?
Right.
Because, you can certainly line a spacecraft with lead, but then it can't take off. So you have problems, right?
Yeah.
But you know what? Water actually is an effective deterrent to radiation.
For radiation.
As well. Yeah.
Huh.
So you could theoretically do something
Still
like
carries
mix
weight,
a
though.
thin layer, but you could also have a thin layer of water, and you could gain some protection that way.
Interesting.
And but we still need to figure out other methods to mediate this, because the trip is going to be long, and the radiation is real.
You mentioned sci-fi, and you do have a program about movies, sci-fi stories, and their origins, I believe, correct? Am I right about that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to promote some of the events that you're. It says here, September 7th, sci-fi movies and the truths they originated from.
Oh, sure, yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what
Derek.
you're talking about.
Busting my balls. I'm trying to promote the things you got coming up. You talk about science fiction, and that can sometimes usher along the creativity of scientists to maybe consider certain things that they had not let their mind wander to.
All right, can I speak to something on that issue? The very issue, I'm going to jump right in here.
Go ahead.
Forever we've heard that the likelihood of ever getting something to travel, for us to accelerate something to the speed of light, was absurd. That's a mainstay of dilithium crystals and the Enterprise and warp and all of that.
Yeah, superluminal speeds and all that stuff. Yeah.
Are we any closer to the potential of being able to accelerate something to light speed? Have we done it, and what are you keeping from us? No.
I've got a spacecraft hidden in my garage. I can really do this. I borrowed it from the aliens that came to visit. So we've made tiny steps forward in this. And the way we've gone about it is rather than come up with a fuel, a hypothetical fuel like dilithium crystals or something like that, we've gone the other way, and that is to make the spacecraft really small.
Okay.
So if you make the spacecraft really small, then it's easier to accelerate it to higher speeds.
Are we talking grain of sand small?
Well, we're talking about something like the size of a smartphone, perhaps.
Okay.
Right? So there is this really, really cool project called the Breakthrough Project, and in the Breakthrough Project, this is being funded by a billionaire who wants to try to make our communication or connection with the next closest star happen sooner than later.
Okay.
And the idea is you make a fleet of these mini spacecraft that are like the size of cell phones, for example. And the propulsion system you use is lasers from Earth. And the photon pressure on an aluminum sail for these drives them, and if you continually pulse laser energy, you can build up the velocity and get to something like a quarter of the speed of light.
Which would be staggering,
Which
correct?
would be absolutely staggering, and it shortens the distance, but it shortens the time to get from here to there to about 20 years, as opposed to 100 years.
It's amazing. So Interstellar, you know, I think you see the issues with
time dilation.
Yeah.
Sure, when you get near a black hole, and
what kills me is the scene where they go down to the planet, and back on the ship, the guy is aging at a dramatically increased rate.
Decades have passed for him, while only minutes have passed for them down on the planet.
It's just
crazy,
mind-boggling,
mind-bending is what it is. The universe does that to you.
After the submersible accident last week, I saw a lot of pushback online about billionaires funding things like this, right? And so there was an awful ferry accident that happened around the same time, and that didn't get the press that the submersible thing did. And I'm looking at your Twitter account, which is a cool astronomer, and you talk about Virgin Galactic and what Sir Richard Branson is doing, and Elon Musk, and what the space programs that he's. And I understand why people push back against that. However, I think that the good that is created out of all of it is good for humanity. Do you have a moral take on any of this type of exploration being funded by billionaires?
There's nothing we can do about individual billionaires deciding how they want to spend their money. So you can do things like this to sort of advance, quote unquote, advance civilization if you think that's what you're doing. But the truth of the matter is that you're doing this for a limited number of people. There are very few people that are ever going to be able to afford to travel in space on any of these spacecraft. So this is not an egalitarian thing. It is not a democratic thing. It's for the very, very rich. Does it benefit everybody else on the planet? I don't think so. I don't think so.
But aren't they considered they're explorers, and we're learning every time?
They're not exploring.
But wouldn't we have learned from something from them going down there?
Does it benefit?
No. You talk about the diving or the
just anything. Anyone going somewhere, we're going to learn something from it.
So you often hear the argument about spending government dollars for a space program. You often hear the argument, if we took the $1 billion that was used to launch Space Shuttle, we could use that $1 billion to do this kind of social good, right? So that's a really interesting argument because, in fact, that $1 billion is not enough to really do very much at all. Whereas what happens with the money that's spent on the space program employs a lot of people. There are hundreds of thousands of people who have jobs because of the U.S. space program. Now, if you have your own company that's doing this and you're spending your own dollars, then you have a limited number of people you're affecting. Yeah, there is benefit to be derived from the science that comes out of something like that, but is that then applicable broadly across the population of the planet? Are you improving the quality of life for everybody on the planet? No.
Well, if you take the initial run, the space program, the moon race.
Yes.
During that time, if you watch the amount of technology that was invented and created, that was an exploratory mission. And it was also, a heated contest with Soviet Union.
It was true.
But yes, I know exactly what you're saying. I think honestly, on a certain level, that we talked about how good having that bridge repaired in 12 days here on 95 was.
Yeah.
I think and I understand all the detractors, but I think on a basic level, it is innate in us to go and explore.
But let me just clarify here. I'm not saying we
I know
shouldn't.
you're not.
I'm not saying we shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
We always pose this as an either or.
Right.
It's not an either or. We have the choice to do all of it.
Yeah.
And we should choose to do all of it. And we shouldn't sort of like blame the space program for, social ills.
Yeah.
That's not the case. Because if you look at NASA's budget, what is it? Something like $21 billion.
Right.
And if you excuse me for saying this, but if you look at the Defense Department budget, which is something like $800 billion a year, then you can see that there's some disparity there, okay? Right, so we can do all we want to do. It's just a question of, do we have the will to do it?
All right, I wanted to ask you about this. There's this planet, the Hala, Halla. Are you familiar with this?
Hollaback? Planet Hollaback? Yeah, I know that one.
It was a planet that apparently Korean astronomers discovered, and its sun blew up, but the planet survived. In that, that seems to be a big anomaly in the universe, from what we understand. Is it?
It could be that the planet is far enough away from the star that it wasn't affected as much as it could have been.
Okay.
So if the sun blows up, Mercury's going down for sure.
Right.
But Jupiter and Saturn are going to survive. They'll be altered.
I always thought that the sun going supernova, I guess you'd call it, right?
Yeah.
Our sun going supernova would take out the planets that we understand in our solar system.
It'll certainly melt out all those outer planets. And you could possibly have some rocky core left.
Okay.
Right? Okay. So thinking about it, in our universe, in our galaxy alone, there are so many possible variations on what can happen.
Yeah.
And so this is the discovery of the first instance in which something like this has happened. We don't know how often this goes on, but I never put it beyond the realm of possibility.
Because we just don't know.
Because we just don't know. And there are too many stars in the galaxy. Too many.
That's a lot.
400 billion. It's too many.
Sticking closer to home, the moon missions that are coming up.
Yes.
I'm excited about that. I think it'll be amazing to have fresh footage. I still am amazed by the old footage of our exploration of the moon, and I'm really excited.
Stanley Kubrick made it look really authentic.
He did a great job. Yeah.
What are you looking forward to about those missions coming up?
What I'm excited about is the possibility of staying on the surface of the moon for weeks at a time. This 2 days down and back stuff, that's
crazy.
so 60s.
It's a
Right, that's
weekend.
really
Yeah, it's
Mickey
so
Mouse.
60s, yeah.
Forget that, right.
Yeah.
But this idea of being there for a couple of weeks is really great because it gives you plenty of time to explore the surface. And the other part that really jazzes me is...
You can play a full round of golf.
If you're there for that long, sure. And just imagine what the holes are like.
Yeah. Alan Shepard only got 1-2 swings. That was it.
Not enough. Terrible. But I'm also excited about the possibility of pulling the resources you need from the lunar surface, like mining the ice in the crater at the South Pole that they want to land near so that they can pull out the oxygen and the hydrogen to use for breathing and for water and for fuel and all that sort of stuff. And actually building up a research base that people can hang out in for a while.
Yeah. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah. Now, the connective thing here is that if Elon Musk can ever get Starship to do what it's supposed to do, then the amount of payload that can be carried up to the moon is ridiculous. And that means a huge explosion of what can happen on the surface because you can now take so much material in one throw.
We referencing the Titan and its trip down to see the Titanic and so on and so forth, and what we know about the risk factors of all that stuff. If Elon Musk comes to Derek Pitts and says, we'd like you to be part of that first research colony up on the moon.
He just smiled.
Yeah.
An interesting smile, Mr. Pitts.
Yeah, so I've been close. I've been close before.
Okay.
And I said no because I didn't want to be on the first mission.
Right.
I agree.
This is like being a Star Trek.
Yeah.
This is like being on a red shirt on Star Trek.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to be on the first mission.
I agree.
2 or 3, that's close enough.
Yeah.
No, not the first one. Thank you.
I want to be on the one that offers beverage service.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Right.
I
I want catering. I want clean bathrooms. I want real bathrooms.
That makes sense. Yes.
I was talking the other day about the volunteers that have started the Mars simulation, the living in a. They have a 3D
the Mars
printed habitat.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they're going to be in there for, I think, over a year somewhere, sometime in that time frame. I find that fascinating. You talk about funding and who all gets employed. And I know these are volunteers, but there are so many things going on that take years and years and years of development before they actually come to fruition. Yeah. And this is that type of thing. And I think it would be cool to be one of these volunteers. You don't have to go through the danger of actually going to Mars, but you can get as close as you possibly can to being a part of this thing.
I think that's going to be a really important thing to do, to understand how humans react to being to working in a very small group, isolated from the rest of the world for a long period of time. I mean, we don't have any experience at this.
And the selection process of the people who will have to travel.
First come, first serve.
Yeah. No, they will have to do extensive psychological background checks, make sure that the personalities gel with each other.
That's my concern, is the psychological testing. I mean, suppose you have someone that is bright enough to outwit the psychologist.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. A Hannibal Lecter-ish.
An ex-murderer slips through the screening process. And then what do you do?
Oh, that is a movie right there.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm claiming credit for it.
Jerry
That's
Pitts
mine.
Productions, yeah.
You got it.
Instead of the MGM lion, it can be you roaring at the screen.
But they are really special people that do this kind of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
These are the kind of people we need to do this exploration.
With your night skies exhibits, is there anything noteworthy going on in our skies this time of year?
Hey, we got a lot of great stuff to see in the evening sky this month, July. Let me do July for you.
Okay.
July in the western sky, low on the horizon right after sunset. You'll see Venus. Venus is bright and easy to recognize. You can't miss it. Mars is not too far away from it. So as soon as the sky gets dark, you can go out and see it now. There's Venus. Mars is just above, a little bit to the left. Now, here's the cool thing. The cool thing is that July 20th, the 54th anniversary of the first man landing on the moon actually is going to slide right past Venus. So if you've never seen Venus, don't know what it looks like, look for the moon on the night of July 20th. And then the next night, July 21st, the moon is going to be right next to Mars. So this way you can find the two of them really easily.
Yeah, and I've said before, I have a telescope, and they're not that expensive. The Celestrons have they will triangulate.
They have the
find
automatic tracking and everything, and figure out where it is. Yeah,
because I'm too stupid. And but when you see someone
like you,
right? When you see someone just who has never really bothered to look at the moon through a telescope, suddenly you can see in their face, oh my God!
Oh yeah,
you're being placed somewhere in the universe, and it suddenly centers you in a way. Do you know what I'm saying?
So I think for the person that's never seen an object through a telescope before, if you look at the moon, you can have the same kind of discovery experience that Galileo had.
Yeah.
And I always wonder what kind of curse words came out of his mouth when he first saw Jupiter in the telescope, right?
Because you can see the moons. That's what blows me away. When you look at Jupiter and you see all those, there's a whole bunch of them surrounded that you can see through a telescope. And it blows your mind when you see it.
It really is amazing.
Yeah.
And just looking at the moon alone, I mean, with the craters and the mountains and everything, first quarter moon is the best time to look at the moon with a telescope, and you will be blown away.
The shadows, I mean, because it gives you definition.
It gives you the three-dimensional relief. Yeah, it's fabulous.
It seems like in the past year or two, we've had celestial events where the planets have aligned in the sky. It seems like more so than I've ever noticed in my lifetime. And that's pretty special.
We need to pay attention. The aliens are telling us something about what their true level of power is. We're lucky to be observing the sky at particular times when these quote unquote alignments are happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The fact is that if they happen in the evening sky, we tend to notice them. If they happen in the pre-dawn sky, we're not awake, so we don't see them. But they happen more often than we think they do.
We actually see a lot because we're up.
Because you're up. There you go. That's right, of course. So you would see them.
We had someone who had reached out a few years ago at Eastern University, and they have an observatory there. And what I didn't realize is the astronomer that helped us out, the astronomy student, is you guys live a lifetime in the dark. astronomers stay up all night long.
Yeah.
I did not realize that.
Yeah, that's right.
And
Sure.
it makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Well, if you're using optical telescopes, then that's when the getting is good, is when it's dark out.
So you're a bit of a night owl?
You know, it's interesting. For astronomy, yes. Otherwise, no.
Okay.
No, but I'll stay up all night to watch some astronomical thing happen for sure.
Sure, yeah.
Because often, what happens in astronomy is you have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see something.
Right.
So what's given up a couple of hours of sleep to see something amazing in the universe?
Absolutely.
The Night Skies program at the Franklin Institute it's incredible. I was lucky enough to do it with you one time, Derek, and just to look at we looked at the moon, and we looked the telescope and the observatory is really incredible.
Right.
I know you spent some time in Haleakala, right, doing the observatory there as well.
Mauna Kea Observatory.
I'm sorry.
Spent some time at Mauna Kea. I've been there a few times. Visiting the observatory there, and had a fabulous opportunity to be in the dome at night.
What kind of level up is that?
Let me see. Mauna Kea is 14,600 feet up. You are definitely feeling dopey if you're not on oxygen.
Yeah.
And it takes you a little bit to acclimatize, but that's not the highest. I mean, I've also been to the radio observatory in Chile, which is at 16,000 feet, right? And that's truly amazing, because that panoply down there, you're surrounded by volcanoes in the Andes Mountains at that point. So that's pretty high up there. So yeah, Mauna Kea is really great because they have great telescopes there. And the cool thing about working there is you spend the night working up there at 14,000 feet where the temperature is in the 30s and maybe the wind is blowing at 25 miles an hour. So it feels like it's zero up there, right? But then the next morning, you can go down and swim in the ocean.
Yeah.
And the water temperature is in the low 80s. So you can't beat
That's
that.
wild. Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
It's Hawaii. Come on. Right?
Well, listen, Derek, you've had a chance to gaze at a lot of stars in your lifetime, but today you're going to be closer to a star than you've ever been, because I've just been told Mr. George Wallace is in our Acme Lounge right now.
You're going to
that's
see him.
fantastic.
And you're going to a show this weekend, right?
I was just going to be satisfied with you folks as stars. But now that he's here, forget you guys. Yeah, I'm going to the show on Friday night. Can't wait. Looking forward to it. And this will be a real treat.
Yeah, hang out for a bit while he's here, if you don't mind.
Thanks. Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Well, listen. Yes, the upcoming Night Skies exhibits. You can find the information on the Franklin Institute's website, and it's the Fells Planetarium. And the website is franklin.edu. Is that it, or?
FI.edu.
FI.edu.
Yeah, come check out our planetarium stuff. We have great stuff happening in the planetarium.
We are lucky to have it here. We are lucky to have you here as well.
Thank you.
We thank you for being
My pleasure.
here. It's always great to see you.
Thanks, man.
Derek Pitts, gang, on the Preston and Steve Show. And we will come back in a moment. As I said, yes, Mr. George Wallace is going to be joining us. He's at Helium Comedy Club tomorrow and Saturday. So stick around. We'll be back. And I tell you what, let me give away, let's give you something to drink, all right? I have a 24-pack of Mary Can, Bloody Mary in a can. It's ready to drink, Bloody Marys. And we'll take caller number 15 at 215-263-WMMR. Obviously, you have to be at least 21. It's canned. Yes, it's a Bloody Mary. And yes, it's awesome. Find Mary Can at PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits, or you can ask for it wherever you shop. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah.
Is the only place where you can actually see somebody do that at that level. So I think it's really interesting.
Can I ask, and I don't know if this, listening in, Preston, obviously was going on about the Birdman soundtrack and everything. Were there any things that jump out for your composition for the movie that you're super proud of? Anything you could sort of demonstrate for us? Was there any sort of thing that you created or a passage or something that you were especially proud of?
I mean, to me, the most amazing thing about having been part of that project is that I only had the drums to do everything that I needed to do.
Was that per your idea, or did the director himself?
No, the director.
Okay.
The director was, because he's a drum fan. He was a big Pat Metheny fan, actually.
Right.
And he's the one that really wanted just drum set. So I had to figure out different ways of making the drums sound completely different.
To give them different shades of character.
Yeah. So that was one of the most interesting things about the whole project. Just the research I had to do to get different sounds out of the drums.
And Antonio, I know about the how you recorded that. Steve, they didn't film it and show Antonio the scenes as he was playing along. Can you tell him how they did it?
Yeah, it was a really unorthodox way of doing it because they sent me the script and Iñárritu, the director, wanted already some tracks before they started shooting. So we did the whole movie just off of the script.
Without ever seeing any imagery, you're just going off the written words.
So he would just sit in front of me, and I would ask him, this is a very long scene, so I would ask him to explain the scenes to me, and then he would just raise his hand whenever he would see the next phase of the scene happening in his head, so that I would get the timing right.
Yeah.
So then he was just sitting in front of me, and I would just be improvising, and then he would raise his hand, and I would think, okay, somebody opened the door.
Wow.
And then
That's
I would play an
crazy.
accent and then keep playing. So we did the whole movie like that.
Yeah.
It was really cool. And then they superimposed those
passages,
tracks, on the rough cut of the film. Then they showed me what they did, and then we redid a lot of the things.
You sort of shorted up.
Yeah, and this time looking at the film.
Huh.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's why you have that it has such a jazz feel to it.
Yep.
Yeah, even
Absolutely.
cinematically.
Hey, Press, we only have a couple of more minutes if you wanted to.
I want to get, if you don't mind, if you wouldn't mind doing a little improv for us real quick.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
Antonio Sanchez. Here we go. Oh my God.
Holy hell! That's freaking amazing.
Oh my God, I'm telling you. This guy brings out voices of the drums you've never heard before. That squeaking at the end there.
I thought something had fallen because he was kind of reaching down, but you went underneath the drum?
He was playing with the snares. Yeah, and also hitting not only the hi-hat with the edges of the sticks, but the snare drum with the butt of the sticks at the same time.
Playing the whole drum. That's massively
unique.
impressive.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable.
Thanks for having me.
You kidding me? It's an honor of mine. Thank you so much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, Antonio Sanchez. Thanks for being here, Antonio.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys.
and this, and then the next thing.
Okay, what is the next thing?
The next thing is there's another Philadelphia legend.
I don't see the phone line.
He's up. He's zooming.
Yeah, we're zooming.
Oh my God! All right, real quick, you have about 3 minutes left to enter the word flowers for the money clip. So you got to do that now. Flowers. And that we will get a winner a little bit, $500. Yes, he's a Philadelphia legend, and we love him. Going to be performing on, let's see, Saturday, yeah, at the Hard Rock in Atlantic City. And I'm telling you, I told you, I got a Twitter alert this morning that he was tweeting about us. And it was ridiculously early. We hadn't even started the show. It was like 5:30 this morning.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's doing up at that hour. But ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. Bob Saget is joining us.
Preston, Steve, I don't know what to say. And to hear 5 people applaud in the morning makes me feel like I'm on South Park. It's so good. I am so stupid. I got up as I do at my elderly age to go to the bathroom. And I said, hey, you know what? I'll tweet the show. That'll be great. And then I put, I'll be on at 7 a.m. because that's LA time. And I forgot that there is a time difference.
Yes, but I was shocked. So that would have been we would have been up at like 2 o'clock in the morning doing that this morning.
Yeah,
2:30 in the morning.
I watched the movie Mank last night because I wanted to know how good Hollywood used to be.
All right, let me ask you, Bob.
I just couldn't sleep. How are you guys doing? How are you?
We're doing well. And I wanted to ask you, by the way, because it's a story of Mankiewicz who wrote the screenplay for it. Not to go off on this tangent.
No,
but,
I love I am tangents.
Are you? I contend a lot of people, when they finally see Citizen Kane, they get dismissive of it. It is a masterpiece, is it not? It is worth.
I believe it is.
Okay,
I believe it is. It did a lot for snow globes. It was, and sleds. Sleds went up.
Were those the tchotchkes they sold for the?
That was the merch right out in the Grauman's Chinese Theater.
So all the radio stations in the area, they got snow globes and
they got snow globes and rosebud sleds.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I can't think of a lot of other RKO pictures except for 2 more that Orson Welles made after that. But
but
that has nothing to do. And you got to talk to my friend Bill Burr this morning, who is going to be where I'm going to be Saturday. He's going to be there in September, and he's one of my favorite people on the planet.
Well, he was being very humble about. Casey had mentioned that he's kind of in that top.
Chappelle range.
Upper echelon of
he's
Bob
in the
Saget range. Yeah, but he doesn't.
I would put him higher than me, and he would also.
Most people would, Bob.
I was actually talking to him. He was over my house. I'm sorry, you were going to say something about Bill. Go ahead. Just how great he is.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, he won't. He doesn't accept that he's at that level, which is healthy, I think, for somebody in the entertainment industry, in any industry, to realize that you can always be better and so on. But he was kind of humble about that.
Yes,
that response.
Self-deprecating.
But he's one of the best, man.
He is one of the best, and I was there. I was on before at the Twitter Center in Camden when he had that Opie and Anthony virus set.
Oh, it's legendary.
Booed.
Yeah.
I was standing backstage. I was standing next to Jeff Wills, the head of Live Nation Comedy. I was under the monitor and watching it. And I'm going, this is going great. And I said, this is amazing. This is exactly what I would do if I was going to get booed. But I had a sweet spot in the show, like right in the middle.
Yeah.
So by then they got tired of booing people. It was kind of what we call herds now. It wasn't a herd, it was just booers. And he got off stage in a cold sweat. He said, did you see that? That was terrible. I said, Bill, you literally just made history. That video is going to roll forever.
I saw you. I think you're on Rogan describing the whole situation, and that like the comedians all actually something that was promising to be so cool and fraternal turned out to be a nightmare, like Platoon, and you said in that moment he secured his legend by and the fact that he was dissecting everything that we hold dear, and you could win over an audience by throwing it back in their face was just an amazing thing.
He roasted them in the way that roasts. Well, it was cruel what he did, but roasts used to be meant not to be televised, not to be recorded. They were recorded, some of them, but they, when I was roasting on Comedy Central, that should not have been televised. That should have been just for a bunch of people that want to hear that kind of language, because it was, it crossed the line. It was on after 11. 11 or 12.
Sure.
When clips run out of context now, it's, but Bill basically said the worst things you could about my hometown people in my loving Philly. And it was hilarious because he was unrelenting. He would go 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes. I'm doing all 15. You deserve it, And what I was going to say was he was over my house. We were smoking a cigar not long ago because that's the best way to get COVID. So we wanted to try that. And we're sitting there talking. And I said, I'm going to be 65 in May, Bill. And, it's so interesting. I got a lot of things starting for me now. I'm going to direct a movie later in the year. I was just in a movie. And it's things, I haven't even done what I came here to do yet. And he looked at me. He exhaled smoke and he said, well, you better effing hurry up. Like I said, I'm not dying, man. I mean, I know Norman Lear. He's not.
You're just looking for a nice little exchange with a friend and a heart to heart, and he basically says you're about to die.
Yeah, telling him that I've got all this great work I'm about to do that I've never done. Because what I share with Bill is the love of stand-up. What I share with everybody, all the people that do it for the right reasons. And it's been hard on a lot of comedians that haven't been able to even make a living. But I'm very fortunate, and Bill is on fire. In fact, I've got to leave and put him out. But Bill is because he played a firefighter in Pete's movie, but that makes no sense. See, it's not always good.
Well, let me tell you this. I will tell you this, and everyone wants to ask you a question, but I will tell you this. I think things, you mentioned COVID and all that stuff. The things that everyone is sort of looking for as those flags that we're returning to normalcy. Rock concerts and music and stand up and going out to see stuff like that, live shows, and that's at the heart of what was so crippling for the comedians and musicians. And I feel, obviously you're proof positive as we're promoting your gig that we're turning around now.
First thing, I didn't know I was positive. I was told I was tested negative, but thank you. And I'm glad I heard it from you on the air. But I am.
Next guest is a legend. He will be at Helium Comedy Club tomorrow and Saturday, 7 and 9:30 both nights. Tickets at heliumcomedy.com. Give some love to the one and only Mr. George Wallace.
Yes, good morning. That lady, what's her name, Kathy?
Yes.
She read that traffic so well. I could not do copy. I cannot, I can read, but I can't read on radio. Can you believe that?
Really?
I can read on television. I can read the teleprompters. But to read copy like she just did and doing the traffic, that's fantastic.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And it's her first day, and you did a good job. But thank y'all for having, this is a real show here.
Yes, sir.
You got 8 people, and you got a black astronomer. What do you call them?
Astronomer?
Yeah. Astronomer in this room.
Yes.
There's only 2 in the world,
Yeah.
And then you got me.
And then we got you.
But it's so good to be here with you two guys.
Oh, it's
with the whole company this morning. Yeah.
Oh, we're huge fans, and it's an honor to have you here.
I know. There's something wrong with me. I'm going to tell you that right now. There's something wrong with me.
No, that's what we love about you. When I describe people, describe your style of comedy over the course of years, and when people talk about someone who is smooth on stage and then sells, you are intrinsically funny. You are a funny person. And there are not many that are. I mean, there are great comedians. There's no two ways about it. But you know what I'm saying? You're funny away from the stage, and there are a lot of people, I'm sure you know, who turn it on and turn it off. But you carry that with you. So
I'm just a happy guy. I'm in a business that I love, and I thank God. And you have a passion that you love doing. Look, you guys are making people happy.
Yeah,
that's what I do. And I go on stage, and all I do is lie. I just love to lie and make up stuff. So I have the greatest job in the world. So and to make people happy. And when I see happy people, it makes me happier. I love my life. I just teach the young people getting out of college, make sure you enjoy your life.
Yeah.
And you're a working comedian. You love to tour. And one thing I noticed, you came in here with a big legal pad.
Yes.
And I know that your dear friend, Jerry Seinfeld, I
introduced him to the legal
Were you
pad.
the one? No
I
kidding.
sent him about we can't find a dual cushion anymore, the hard back cover.
Right.
So, but I introduced him to this pad. We've both been writing on the yellow pads.
Because there was a scene in a bit of his Netflix documentary about him, and they show him in the street with
all of the pads,
reams of legal pads.
Yeah. And some of those were my jokes, by the way. They just passed a Seinfeld law over in New Jersey about when people call your house. What do you call them, telemarketers?
Yes. Right, yeah.
And he says, can you give me my number? And so while you're calling my house, let me call you back.
Yeah.
So that's actually my joke, and Jerry Barden used it for the show. So it should be called the Wallace law.
Yes. There you go.
So
yeah.
You tell the governor that over in New Jersey.
You met each other in New York. You were
1976. We started at the same time at Ketchup and Star.
Were you working at an ad agency as well, or?
When I started comedy, yeah, I forgot about that. I actually finished school in Akron, Ohio.
Okay.
And I was marketing and advertising. I moved to New York and got a job back in Cleveland selling rags, real rags. Dude, I sold the ShamWow before it
existed.
Before it had a name. And I was working for this company, and I went to Earl Scheib. You all remember Earl Scheib?
Yes.
I was on commission. I made $3,500 in one day.
Wow!
In the Brooklyn area,
So
and I never heard from that account again. the place, Cleveland Cotton Products, took that away from me because they wouldn't let this little black guy make that much money. It went nationwide at Earl Scheib, so that would have been $3,500 all over, at least every month for me.
So George, you obviously had a knack for as a salesman and doing that, but
that's what I do now.
Right, the attraction of comedy, though. That was more that overrode because you could have gone for this aspect. Hey, I'm successful here. I'm just going to stick with this. What drew you to the comedy?
I was making $74,000 back in 1972. I didn't care about the money. I just wanted to be a comedian since I was 6 years old.
Right.
And that's what I'm doing right now. I could care less about money. Don't tell the club I said that. When you honor your essence, and that's what I teach the young kids. Just show people you love what you do, and the money will come.
Yeah,
because look
sage
at you
advice.
Guys. There's not one person here do anything. Look at that. None of you doing a damn thing. But you make it. You're having fun.
Were you putting on shows when you were a little kid? Like shows for the family or anything like that?
I think so because I would go home because I'm from the South and we had to go to church, and I would go home and repeat anything that went wrong. And they said stupid stuff in church, like if the preacher would lie, especially the black church. A black preacher would walk up in the pulpit today with the Bible in his hand and says, "I won't be long." Just flat out lie. Flat out lie.
I won't be long.
Then they had something called, I don't know what they're doing in the white church or not, but what they think called the doors of the church are open. That means, I used to look back and go, those doors not open. That means like it's time you're welcome to come and join the church.
Right.
And that I used to just think of stupid stuff like the steak dinner. I thought they were saying a steak dinner. And I used to just tell jokes and watching Red Fox, Moms Mabley, Johnny Carson. I would take those jokes as a kid and go back to school.
You won the Moms Mabley Award. You were given that. And a lot of people don't remember Moms Mabley. Did you get to ever work with her, actually?
I did not, but I did get to write for Red Fox.
That's amazing. So we play this quote all the time. No, we do.
Shut up, dummy.
And he was just in a class by himself. I remember my parents listening to the record. He's like a party record to come out, and it would be all stuff that the kids shouldn't hear.
Right.
But they loved Red Fox.
Listen to me, they call it party records. Our parents had those records, and it wasn't for kids.
No.
As soon as they would hit your door or go to church, what did the kids do? Put it on.
Yeah.
Those parents must have been crazy. They think we weren't going to listen to those jokes. And
There's a show called The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. It's about a female comedian in the early 1960s, and she's kind of trying to make her way in the comedy scene. And at some point, somebody finds these tapes of Red Fox, and she had never heard anything like that before. And it was like a light came on, and it was Red Fox telling dirty jokes and things that nobody had ever heard before.
Right.
And he was really underground for a while.
And if you think that's something, when people in Las Vegas went to see Red Fox, they thought they were going to see Fred Sanford.
Right.
Big difference. And Red had a joke. That's right, white lady. I said the F word. I'm going to say it again because he was completely different. And to go around, and I wrote the Red Fox variety show after Sanford and Son.
I remember
now today, I just went to Norman Lear 3 years ago. I says, you're rebooting everything else. Let's reboot Sanford and Son. He says, I don't know about that's pretty hard. So we came up with the idea. Now we have a new show called Clean Slate. And it's more like Sanford and Daughter.
That's pretty cool.
So what's going to happen is, and this show is coming, we already shot all the episodes, comes out in around Christmas time.
Okay.
I have a daughter, a friend of mine had 2 kids, a boy and a girl, twins, and the boy never identified as a boy.
Yeah.
So what's going to, a light bulb went off in my head. So now I have a kid that in Mobile, Alabama, the show is based, kid that left home like most kids do, went to New York City to do their thing, came back 27 years later. knocks on the door. Dad, it's me. Me who? Are you Edwin's, Desmond's wife? So my son has transgendered.
Okay.
And I can't deal with this. So that's what the show's about.
It's called Clean Slate?
Clean Slate. I'm going to be educated. America's going to be educated to learn how to live, love, laugh, and listen.
I love it.
So that's what it's all about. And Laverne Cox is my daughter.
Oh, great.
Perfect. So it's going to be very, very controversial about the sexuality and we deal with the pronouns and all of that. We deal because I don't know what I am today. You got to put your name he, him, all that stuff. You know what? You got to do that stuff now, and you got to be very careful. And you can't say these people. It's pretty tough out there now.
So Norman Lear, though, has a pedigree with all this. He's dealt with these issues for a long time. And just by the way, he's got the touch. So was this the first time you've worked with Norman Lear?
No, I met Norman back 30 years ago. They had a new show called 704 Hauser Street that lived next door to Archie Bunker.
Yeah.
And I chose my own show with CBS at the time. And Terrence Howard was my son. It was about basketball. And so my show didn't work. We went on for a half a season. And so I just knew Norman for a long time.
Right.
And he remembered me. He says, okay, we put the idea together. He's 100 years old. He still goes to all of the meetings with us. And we found out the longevity to long life is wearing a hat.
A stupid hat. That hat.
You see, I have a hat on, right?
Yeah.
You guys got to get a hat. You write that down. That's a joke. People laughed at it. That's how, I got to remember the jokes of that right down.
Yeah, here's the pen.
Here's your pen, yeah. Was he commenting about your penmanship, Nick?
Yeah, I had the honor of adding to George's legal pad with the jokes, and we were talking about black astronomers and Neil deGrasse Tyson and Derek Pitts, who's still in the studio. And so
is he still here?
He's right behind you.
Oh, that's him?
Yeah. So, yeah, Steve, I wrote a couple of quick notes, and then George took a look, and he's like, oh, man, I'm not going to let you write anything else in the pad today.
You think a doctor's penmanship is bad. This is really bad.
But it's quite an honor to be able to add anything to your legal pad, so thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And that's where jokes come from. You just listen, and you can... Like I was walking by this place this morning called Five Guys Hamburger.
Five Guys, yeah.
And I'm thinking, that's just too many people touching my meat.
We were talking about hotels out in the green room, and we were just sharing about shampoo and
hotels is a lie. That's another one that's a lie. Oh my God! Guess what? This hotel I'm staying in Philly, you can't check in to 4, but you got to check out by 11.
Yeah,
that's a lie. That's not 24 hours, is it?
You're exactly right.
Yep.
Why is that?
It should be like a rental car. You pick it up at 8, you turn it in at 8.
Right.
That's some bull crap right there.
I agree.
Yeah, when you check in at 4, I want to check out at 4.
How are you at traveling? Do you like, because obviously you clearly love stand-up because you are always touring and you love it and you love interacting with people. That's not up for a debate. However, that doesn't necessarily mean you like to travel.
I love to travel.
Do
My
you?
first degree was in transportation. Dude, I was in Dubai yesterday.
Really?
Yeah. And anybody been to Dubai?
No.
Never.
They got the world's tallest building there. It's 160 stories.
Right.
And if you jump off, you have like 3 days to change your mind. But I love travel. Travel is the number one industry in the world. Transportation is. Did you know that?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
A lot of people would think it'd be automobile industry, or it'd be oil industry, but transportation is the number one industry.
Hey, how old is we think of you as such an icon here. How are you received around the world?
I go everywhere. Yeah, I was in Shanghai yesterday. Did I tell you that? I was in Shanghai yesterday.
You just said Dubai.
I don't have to talk. You don't want to.
You just said Dubai and now Shanghai.
I fly Southwest. They stop everywhere.
Their schedule.
I was in Cleveland yesterday, too.
Oh, yeah?
It was in the 70s. Not the temperature of the decade. So if
you were in Vegas not that long ago with your buddy Jerry.
Well, I did. What happened was I was just sitting there talking to him and on the phone. He says, I'm going to Vegas in about 11 o'clock. It was 8 o'clock in the morning then. He says, you want to go? I said, yeah. And so it's 3 hours later, he showed up. I just grabbed my backpack and left the lights on, left the air on, and just went to Las Vegas. I was there when they won the NHL.
Yes,
yeah, I have pictures of me with the cup.
No way. Yeah.
Did you say no way?
No,
I don't have to lie to you. Let me tell you something.
I didn't mean it that way,
That's
Mr.
what
Wallace.
You said. Dr. Wallace.
Dr. Wallace, I'm sorry.
Doctor.
Are you a hockey fan?
I am, and at the right time. I live in Las Vegas, dude, and I'm an ambassador for the city of Las Vegas.
Okay.
And for them to they brought the cup to me.
Ah. It's the Stanley Cup, yeah.
The Stanley Cup. And I did Sherry Shepherd on last Friday, a week ago, not even a week ago, and I had the picture of me with the cup. And
I saw that she didn't
most
have
black people don't know what the hell is called Stanley Cup. People go, is that a fountain? And some of the black people say, that's an air fryer.
An air fryer.
Listen, it was awesome I love all the sports, and this is Philly. Philly is not a good city for me for sports because, I'm from Atlanta. We have the Atlanta. It's always something Philly beat us out of. They beat us, the Braves last year, right?
Yeah.
To go to the World Series. And then the football is always back and forth with
Your brother's a player, yes?
Was.
Well, my brother was. My brother was Steve Wallace. No, he still is Steve Wallace. But he was number 4. He played. I'm so blessed I have 7 Super Bowl rings in my family. Did you know that? My brother Steve Wallace played for the 49ers with Joe Montana and Steve Young. 3 Super Bowl rings, Money Tuma, 2, and played for the New York Giants, and then Bobby Hamilton. For
Wow.
My mama played football, man.
Your mother played football as well.
Don't talk back.
Was she a tough mother?
Oh, my mama used to make an appointment to punish you. We could be in church. We could be in church. We could be in church just playing around the kids. My mama would be in the choir saying, she'd whisper, she'd make an appointment. She'd just go, you could read her lips. Friday morning, 9 o'clock.
I'm going to whoop your ass.
Kids don't get spankings anymore. So I have the greatest parents in the world.
Oh, I had those where you're and it was my mom that was.
Yes,
not my dad.
My dad. My dad could say some stupid stuff though.
Yeah.
I went to his Father's Day was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I went to his grave. He's a great man. He used to say stupid stuff like I would come home from college, University of Akron. Sit down, boy. I said, what's wrong, Dad? Sit down. I said, what do I want to do? He said, listen, I'm not going to pay all this money for you to go to college going up there making all kind of trouble. I said, I'm not in trouble. He said, boy, I got a letter here say you're on the dean's list. Let me tell you something. But I make sure Father's Day, I went to his grave, and I make sure he's the greatest dad, and I make sure he has more flowers on his grave than anybody in that cemetery. Well, actually, what I do, I go down there around 4 or 5 o'clock after everybody else is gone. Yeah. Until I take flowers off everybody else. He's dead. Hell, he won't know. He's dead.
He's dead. He doesn't know.
You need to come to Helium's this weekend. I'm doing shows. Is there 2 shows tomorrow?
2 shows tomorrow and 2 shows on Saturday.
I might not.
Okay.
I'm guaranteed salary, so I might, So,
yeah, that's it.
Whether I do a funny joke, I could care less.
Do you have kids as well?
I have 4 kids.
4 kids?
Yeah. And you know what I did for my kids never had a passport. And I told them, I said, you guys are stupid. Because I traveled a lot since about 3 years ago before COVID.
You were just in Shanghai yesterday.
Yeah. No. I was in New Orleans yesterday.
Come on, Steve.
So what I did for my kids, I made them all get a passport. And I said, I'm going to call you one day and be ready to go. Sure enough, just before COVID, 2019, I said, be at the airport at a certain time on Friday. And I sent them from Atlanta and Cleveland to come to New York, John F. K. And they were waiting for them, and they brought them into the Atlantic, what you call it, Virgin Atlantic, VIP lounge.
Yeah.
And we had a private shelf. They haven't ever seen anything like that. And they did not know what I said, bring clothing for hot and warm. We're going to go on a cruise. They had no idea where we're going. So we were walking out, and I had the receptionist asking, where you guys going? They said, we don't know. And he says, congratulations, you're going to London, England. They start crying right there. Yeah, and every 3 days I would wake them up and have your stuff ready to go tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. The next day, I said, we're going to Munich, Germany. I love to lie, right? So when they got to the train station, they said, this doesn't say Munich. The sign says this train is going to Paris. We're going to Paris. They start crying again.
Wow.
Every 3 days, the next day, said, we're going to go to the airport. And we got to the airport. We didn't know what gate until we got there, and he says Barcelona.
Barcelona,
because the King of Spain had to live. So that's why they say Ibiza and Barcelona. You're going to learn a lot from me. But that's what I did with my kids. I took them away to travel, and I wanted to buy them a car or something like that, but me and Seinfeld thought again, do something they'll never forget.
Yeah. No, that's clearly my father's turning 95, in a couple of weeks, and he says that the absolute essential thing to do in life is travel.
Because life is backwards. There's another thing I teach young kids. You hear most old people say, when I turn 65, I'm going to retire and travel all over the world. But what? You're too damn old. You got to do it. I'm teaching young kids, as soon as you get out of college, high school, get on an airplane, go to other countries and learn other cultures. Charge it to your parents. Just go.
Just charge it to your parents.
It's so important to travel and have fun.
No, absolutely.
Do you like to sample different cuisines from other countries, or?
Let me tell you what happened. I love great food.
Well, you were just in New Orleans.
No, I was in Orlando this morning. The papaya, what do you call that thing with all of the things? What do you call it? It's a Spanish dish.
Oh,
Paella?
Paella.
Yeah.
Papaya.
Close enough.
I don't like. There's too much stuff in there.
Yeah.
And one day I went to a Spanish restaurant and I said, "Oh yeah," because I don't speak the language that well. I said, "I have one of those," and I'm going and I got it, and I was going, "Boy, this is the toughest onion rings I ever had in my life." It was that octopus stuff. What do you call it?
Calamari.
Calamari. But I love the Greek food. I love the Greek food. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
What do you call that? Gyro?
Gyro.
I was at Athena.
People say gyro, but it's gyro.
And they were so good with the fresh onions and the tomatoes and the lamb. I went to one place like 5 times in a day. I was embarrassed. And I had to go, because that's just like a hot dog and grease stuff.
Yeah.
I was embarrassed because I had eaten so many. And they were only like 29 cents at the time. But I love different food. Italian food might be my second favorite cuisine.
Okay.
Do you cook? Were you?
Dude, I have 4 houses. I didn't do drugs. I did real estate, okay?
Okay.
All of my houses, no, I don't think to cook. Maybe one time in New York, maybe 3 times in Atlanta. I love going out.
Yeah.
And I don't like going to people's home for dinner either, because I think there's a lot of work people put in. I said, let's go out.
Right. Yeah, no, I hear that.
Yeah.
You always feel like you're in imposition.
So Italian's your second favorite. What's your first favorite?
Soul food.
Soul food. All right.
Oh, we've got places here.
I know you do. You guys used to have a place here called the Rib Crib. It was the best barbecue in town. It's over on Germantown Avenue.
Right.
Because I like to go to a barbecue place where somebody just got shot.
Why is that?
Nobody got out of line. You know it's good when nobody just kicked the bite over. You don't know what the man of barbecue sauce.
So if they just got shot there, that's where you're going to go.
You know that's some good barbecue. And listen, so there's nothing wrong with this crew. You know, it's a lot of fun doing your job, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it absolutely is.
Absolutely. Wow. Well, George is going to be at Helium Comedy Club, and like he was saying, there's 2 shows tomorrow night and 2 shows on Saturday, and you can go to heliumcomedy.com and get those tickets now.
Yeah.
7 and 9:30 are the shows.
One of the legends, one of the absolute best. Do not miss the opportunity.
It's a lot of fun, and especially I haven't been to Philly in a long time. I'm usually over at Atlantic City at Harrah's at a big room. But this is up close and personal.
It's a great club.
And it's
tremendous.
I haven't been there yet, but to talk in Philly, it's going to be great. So if you haven't been out since COVID and you need some medicine, you need laugh in your life, you're having a problem, forget about your bills, your anger. If you're getting a divorce, this is a good show to come to. You're still going to get your divorce, but at least you definitely going to get your divorce.
Oh, my goodness. Don't miss one of the greatest of all time, George Wallace. Thank you for being here, George.
I love you, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it.
All right.
Thank you so much.
We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
So I just
put your ass
stuck it out the window. Yeah, I did the whole thing, and there was a different cheek for each dose of the Moderna. But I'll just go on more about that. So what happened was I really know when to stop, don't I? Anyway, but to go back and to be able to perform, and it's not going to be loaded with people. You know, they have to do the CDC guidelines.
Sure.
So people are going to wear masks, and it's going to probably be half or less, a third. I don't know what the thing is. We're doing 2 shows. My buddy Mike and I have toured for 10 years, and he's doing really well. But we're on tour again because I haven't been this excited to do stand up. I don't think ever.
That's great.
Ever, because they need it and I need it, and I get to make people laugh, and I'll be able to hear them through a mask, you know.
Yeah. So, Bob, in the world of social media, when you're posting on Twitter and Instagram, and you're posting these photos, you always have to be aware of what's going on in the background, because people like to zoom in and you left the toilet dispenser out, and or whatever. But now you're doing these Zoom interviews, and clearly you've given your background a lot of thought as well, and we've been doing this with other Zoom interviews.
Right.
So I'm noticing the stuff that is neatly placed on the desk behind you, and I'm wondering if over your right shoulder, is that a Batmobile? I can't really figure out what's going on all the way.
It looks like one, but yes, you know what? I think it is. It is. Yes, it is.
Oh.
I would go get it, but I'm wired to the computer. So,
well, so Steve,
if I leave, I drag the whole damn setup off the thing. But on the other shoulder is Rodney Dangerfield, a gold. That is an award from the UCLA Brain Society. Not society. It's not a society of brain people. It's the brains. It's the secret brain club.
They're like the aliens from Mars Attacks.
Yeah, exactly. It's Mars Attack people. But it's actually was given to me by the people that run the brain ward in the brain center at which is redundant because the brain. Anyway, you're right. You were right earlier. Tangents are not a good thing. I really should have listened when we started. But that was awarded to me by Joan Dangerfield, his widow, and a friend of mine, Joe Gray, at a big event. And he was a good friend. I officiated his funeral, and he started me out on the Young Comedian special when I was like 25, 24.
I remember. Yeah.
Bob, don't you have another piece of memorabilia from Rodney in your collection? Something
I do. It's in the other room. There's a study behind here, and I've got Rodney's pot pipe, and that came out on the Bill Burr Bert Kreischer podcast, and I've got a box that he kept all of his pot in and his actual pot pipe. And I'm afraid I got to hide just looking at it.
Well, a lot of people don't know that he was a very active pot smoker, and that was his thing. And he was, I wonder now, Bob, with the strains and the potency levels, how do you think he would have held up against the current crop and strains?
I don't think he would have needed the brain surgery. I think literally he could have gone out a little more peaceful because it was elective brain surgery because it was something that was going to happen to him.
All right.
And I'm not big on elective brain surgery, just me personally, because that's why I stopped practicing brain surgery. But he was like, man, I'll tell you, I'll smoke pot every day. I don't care who knows it. They're going to put it on my epitaph. And I'm like, I don't think you want that on your tombstone. But actually on his tombstone it says there goes the neighborhood because he's next to like Billy Wilder and Dean Martin and stuff.
That's sensational. I wanted to just bring up something because you were mentioning directing and getting onto some projects you're doing. Dirty Work was on the other night, and that you directed that, and Norm Macdonald is in it.
Yep.
And to me, and I know a lot of people feel this way, that is a cult status level movie. Do you ever get a chance?
I want to marry you. I want to marry you. I am married. My wife's out of town, but if she comes back on Sunday, if we can get married right after I do the Hard Rock Saturday.
It's just Norm Macdonald to me is just one of the greats, and I hold you in that rare status as well as far as what you do, but the union of you two, and it's so wrong in all the right ways.
Well, it's really nice to hear you say that, and I will have something I'll be able to say in the months ahead that is damn exciting if you love that movie.
All right.
And it's not a flip book. You know?
No, I would not be as excited.
We're coming out with a Viewmaster from Dirty Work.
I used to love Viewmaster.
It is something that if we're doing what we're planning to do with who we're planning to do it with, it's going to be one of your favorite things that you've seen in a long time. So
awesome.
It's been a couple years in the making, but it would. I'm really not subtle. We know what I'm talking about.
But we can't say it for legal reasons.
No, I can't. But I love Norm, and when I call him and when we talk, it's just like I'll try him for like a week, or I'll text him, and then all of a sudden I'll get a phone call. Hey, Saget, why don't you ever call me? It's like, he's always the good one to blame other people. And I'm always just a total sucker for his comedy. He's one of the smartest people I've ever known that does comedy. But I got to tell you, I've been going over. I got to tell you, I'm Bob Hope's dead. I've been going over a stand-up that I want to do. It's oddly before the quarantine happened, before COVID, I was becoming more responsible in what I was doing. It would just seem to have more meaning. There were more stories. There was more. It wasn't politics or religion. I'm not there to do that. I'm there to entertain everybody, but yet have some actual human context of the things I grew up with.
Yeah,
more human, and it just started happening. So I'm a different. People are now just right before quarantine. They were going, "You're not as dirty as I want you to be." I'm like, I'll throw in another word for you. I don't know what to do. We change as we do this. You don't do just one speed, one thing. So,
well, I think
I can't wait.
Just a quick observation is that your material's always been able to stand on your. I think there used to be, and for years, an initial shock that the Full House guy was for people who were unaware. I happen to be aware that that you were great with that, but the material isn't predicated on the expletives. The material was always there. You're always a smart comic.
Thank you for knowing that, because that's the truth. I don't know. I'm out of context, and all they do is take a scene from The Aristocrats, which can't be made or shown. But you guys started my career. Not you personally, but WMMR. Yeah. I won a radio contest when I was 17 years old. Yeah. And WMMR gave me $500. I don't know if I've talked about it on your show before. You have,
yeah.
Well, here it is again.
Was that at Steven Starr's Comedy Club? Or
no, actually, that's where I really started. But before that, it was a place called Grandma Minnie's, and you guys were teenagers, and I was. No, you were babies. I was a teenager. I was 17. I sang a song about bondage, and then people go, "How did the Full House dad get weird?" I don't know. When he was 17, he sang a song about bondage. Right. So I mean, Steven Starr did a lot for my career. I was playing at a club at 3rd and Bainbridge that he owned. Okay, but I love Philly. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I wanted to ask you about
that. You're going to conduct an orchestra?
That's how we know we're
going to ask so that we don't talk over one another. And so that, but I wanted to ask you about Comedy Central roast, because you mentioned them earlier, and they've been airing them a lot lately. And I think that they're great, but they also get cut off. In particular, there was one where Bill Hader came out as the president of Hollywood. And I don't remember if you were there at that roast.
No, I've only been to one. I've actually hosted real roasts that weren't televised, like the Jack Black roast for 2,000 people in New York. Wow. That was for the Friars. So that was for charities. The other charity is Comedy Central. But please continue. So Bill Hader got cut off?
I guess my question is, you probably prefer to do the ones in private, because the ones on Comedy Central really are just tailor-made for TV. They're chopped up, they're edited a lot, and to me, it's not really pure comedy. It's more just about...
Yeah, and mine was particularly because I had a edgy bluer stand-up, because I don't know. I did an HBO special shot at NYU with 20-year-olds, so I just became a chameleon for the audience. I should have chosen a higher ground, but that's who I was as an artist. But that was particularly foul with my friends, and Stamos hosted. It had famous Cloris Leachman kiss on it.
That was great.
May she rest in peace. And then Gilbert, who I want to sue for the rest of my life for what he said. And unfortunately, people see that, and they think if people are joking about it, it's true. That's how herd mentality works. Yeah. It's like, what? And I didn't say anything. I just sat there and eventually laughed. Sometimes there was actually, when I was doing it, Joel Gallen, the great Greg Giraldo, who I loved so much.
Oh, he's one of the best.
You guys loved him, right? Yep. Did you used to have him on?
We had him on the show, and he's again in that. The economy of words and the execution of the concepts were just unbelievable. What a loss! So there are a few times I've been nervous when people have come into the studio. When Norm came in, Greg, because I just respected, and you, Bob, obviously, people I respect so much, and he was just great. And he really. They talk about Jeff Ross and Jeff Ross is great, but to me, pound for pound, Giraldo brought it to those roasts.
Yeah, and I think Jeff would agree, and we all agree. Greg was prolific and amazing, and he said I looked like the Vlasic pickle stork sitting there with those granny glasses and that large pointy nose. So that, of course, is something that I memorized. But the point is, he shouldn't be gone. And I talked to him like 2 weeks before he passed, and he was fine. It was just a horrible thing that happened, and he caved at a bad time. Yeah. And it's very, very sad. But I called him and I said, so are we going to hang out? Because we talked about it after the roast. He said, oh, yeah. I got a girl here, Bob, I want you to talk to. And he did like a Norm Macdonald prank on me. I didn't know what was happening. And a young lady gets on the phone.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. We are going to dive right into the B-File. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you this morning by Rita's. Rita's 5-layer gelati is back for a limited time only, and you can build your own masterpiece. So 2 people were rushed to the hospital in Maryland, and a third person was evaluated after an explosion at a home on Tuesday evening. And the explosion is said to have been caused by someone either manufacturing or modifying fireworks ahead of the 4th of July
That always
holiday.
seems like a safe endeavor.
Yeah, right? Firefighters were called for the report of smoke seen coming from a home. And at the scene, firefighters noticed smoke coming from the home and garage. They also found damage as a result of an explosion. Investigators say that most of the damage was found in the garage, but the cars in the driveway were also damaged and some windows were blown out.
I just didn't think it had enough boom.
Officials say that the damage was extensive enough to condemn the home. First responders took 2 people to the hospital following the explosion, and one was suffering from life-threatening injuries. So this is a real deal. And the other from serious but not life-threatening injuries. Detectives say both people suffered a variety of traumatic injuries. The current conditions are not known at this point. They said there was no fire, just an explosion.
Looking to modify the fireworks.
Dude, yesterday I saw a video I haven't seen in a while with the holiday looming, and you guys have seen it. So, it's been on TikTok and everywhere else, but where they're, the family sitting on the front yard and they light up a firework.
Yeah.
And part of it shoots over and hits some stuff underneath the car, and then everything goes up.
Yeah.
And it's just insane how much is going on.
It's like
in that video.
Apocalypse Now.
Yep. All right, this is great. Imagine 1,100 people dressed and wigged out just like Dolly Parton all in one place at the same time, singing and dancing.
I think about that all the time.
Well, now imagine most of them have unmistakable Irish accents. That was the scene at the Dolly Day event in Listo, Ireland, as the town threw a fundraiser with an entrance requirement that all participants come wearing a full head-to-toe Dolly Parton costume.
So is there any connection this town has to Dolly other than being fans?
No. I mean, a representative of the real Dolly Parton was on hand for the event and promised to share pictures with her in hopes of convincing her to visit the town. So it was a fundraiser for Carey Hospice and Chemo Center, but I don't know why they chose Dolly Parton. I have no idea.
Why not?
But they did, and they loved it. Listen to this. A teacher in Italy who was fired for 20 years of absence in 24 years at schools near Venice has vowed to tell her side of the story.
So she was employed for 24 years, yet was absent for 20 of those years.
That is correct.
And she's got a story to tell.
Yes.
I can explain this.
Cinzia De Leo was dismissed in 2017 after she reappeared for 4 months and triggered complaints. Italy's highest court confirmed the dismissal after a legal battle, saying that her absences showed a permanent and absolute ineptitude.
You're just not into this job, are you?
Ms. De Leo has condemned the ruling and vowed to reconstruct the truth. And
did the kids ever complain?
Actually, yes, they did. So the secondary school teacher who specializes in history and philosophy said that she had documents to prove her story, but told the newspaper, sorry, but I'm at the beach right now.
My dog ate it.
She said, I'll reconstruct the truths of the facts in an absolutely unique and surreal story.
I want to be in that courtroom when that happens.
So she was reinstated in 2018 after a ruling by a judge in Venice, but the education ministry appealed against the decision, and it was reversed by the Supreme Court
Let me get this
last
straight.
week.
You wanted me to work all 24 years?
So the ministry argued that the teacher had to keep out of the classroom, or had kept out of the classroom 20 out of her 24 years of service. For the first 10 years, she was completely absent, and her absences in other 14 years were attributed to sickness, personal or family reasons as well. And the court heard that in a 4-month period in 2015, when she did teach, that students complained of her lack of preparedness, her failure to bring textbooks, and her, quote, random and improvised way of grading. An inspection found that she was unprepared and inattentive.
But she loves to shape young minds.
And students refused to take part in her classes as she was distracted by her phone all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I blame her superiors for not canning her ass.
Her 2017 dismissal turned into a legal battle, going through an appeal and a counter appeal before finally arriving at the top court.
It's taking a little bit longer, though, because her lawyer never shows up.
Her defense of freedom of teaching was rejected by the court, which argued that it was a teacher's responsibility to guarantee students a right to study. So
that's beyond outlandish.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. We got time for another one? Yeah. Let me see here. Oh, yeah. I had to tell you guys about this. Florida police related a treehouse community known as Meth Island.
Meth Island.
Recently in Daytona Beach. Yes.
That's the new dating show on Fox, right?
It's booby-trapped Meth Island. The island was covered in wooden structures, trampolines, and even a mini skate park. Meth Island has become well known on social media due to rampant drug use. A number of wooden structures cover the space, like a community center and spaces for rent.
But though they have an active pickleball community.
They have video of it, and a deputy can be heard saying in police footage, it's pretty impressive, honestly. The number of structures has grown exponentially over the last couple of years. Unfortunately, these structures could become dangerous during hurricane season and pose a threat to the mangroves.
So the structures on Meth Island aren't up to code?
I know, it's hard to believe. Some areas have been booby-trapped to prevent outsiders from entering, and police say that they will focus on these traps at a later date.
I got to say, we're looking at some of the homes on Meth Island. They're viable.
Yeah, so the no occupants were on the island.
You know what they say is a big selling point
during the time of the raid?
Access to meth.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's kind of what you want at Meth Island, at a place named Meth Island. And that is the last story I have in the Bizarre File for you this morning. All right, we have a couple of guests that are in our studio, and we have been fans of Mystery Science 3000 for ages, and we've had a chance to talk to various people involved with the show. These guys are going to be, and this is perfect, at Blobfest, which is coming up at the, of course, classic Colonial Theater on July 16th. And we have some music to bring them on with, too. So let me hit it here.
Beware of the blob, it creeps and leaps and glides and slides across the floor, right through the door, all around the wall. A splotch, be careful of the blob.
And that is Burt Bacharach, right?
Yeah.
Please welcome Joel Hodgson and Matt McGinnis to the show this morning.
Preston and Steve, I noticed Steve was right on now.
Yes.
He knows that song by heart.
I'm a massive fan of the original Blob, Steve McQueen. In fact, the Criterion Company, they released a special collector's edition of the movie. And let me tell you something. Besides the part of it being connected to this wonderful event, in and of itself, it's one of the seminal sci-fi movies of the 50s.
It's really well made, and it's
surprisingly well made.
Yeah, and the effects, when you really look at them, are frightening. They're all done with photos and pushing like jelly through photos.
Yeah, it was like scale models of the scenery of the theater and everything. Just like then they're just pushing this material
and it works.
through.
It works. In fact, there's a scene literally where it comes to the opening in the projection wall, and you can clearly see it's being pushed through. But I think of the old codger in the beginning who has the misfortune of. He pokes the little meteorite and it cracks open. There we go.
This is our poster.
It looks great.
That's
sensational.
It's that very scene.
That's from that moment.
Awesome.
Yeah. And it goes. Listen, and Steve McQueen was, he's great.
It was his first film.
Everyone's chewing up the scenery, and it has many great moments, but it also has the kind of moments you guys can capitalize on tremendously because there's just. It has everything you would want in a movie of that time.
It's just cheesy enough, but it's competently made.
Yeah.
It was really groundbreaking for its time, and it's charming as hell. And we brought a bunch of stuff that we're going to have there, a bunch of our gift bag for the VIP event. We can sort out if you want.
Can I take a look at that?
This is a marriage made in heaven with you guys. Yeah.
Is that a two-sided poster?
Yeah, that's a two-sided poster, but this is all the merch. But there's a VIP ticket, and there's still some seats available with that, but it comes with a MST3K pocket watch.
Oh, that's awesome.
So, and lots of other stuff, socks and shoestrings and pins and stuff, but it's...
What's your... I have to ask you, because first off, it's going to be a home run, and everyone loves this, and you got to get your tickets now. It's on... What's the date? July 14th?
July 16th is when Blobfest, Sunday, July 16th.
Right.
Yep.
So, what is your favorite mockable moment in the movie? Because there's one that stands out for me. It's when the principal, whose own daughter is trapped in the diner that is now covered by the blob,
I love this
has
part.
to think twice about using a rock to break into the school to get the fire extinguishers. I don't know. I am the principal.
Should I save my daughter? Is she that important to me?
Right.
I think the little goofy kid with the footy pajamas is like really amazing.
Can I name him William?
Right.
I don't like William.
He has a little cap gun he's shooting at the blob. Yeah.
Poor kid. Yeah. They had to take that kid out of the rain, man.
Has the blob been given the treatment before, the Mystery Science Theater?
No, and we riffed the trailer.
The trailer, yeah.
But it's sacred. We haven't riffed the blob.
I think, and you always make the right choices on these things and you show.
Well, thank you.
You show the reverence to the because they're. I've always said when you talk about cult movies or movies that are forced, we're going to make this a cult movie. It never works, and it would never work for you guys.
Yeah.
The intent has to be there to make something good that misses the mark. That's where you guys can excel, correct?
Yeah, it's really true. And everybody, a lot of people forget these movies were really made really quickly, and they were made to just get teenagers in a theater.
Yeah.
And there wasn't a lot of expectations beyond that. There was no video back then, so they didn't know people would ever see these again. So
Yeah.
That's an ongoing thing.
Do you miss the days of, and it's well depicted in, and obviously in many of us were not cogent or sentient at the point when these things were going on, but in the early days in the Ed Wood movie they depicted, they'd literally take a movie in reels of film from town to town and go into different markets. And so a movie would open in the Southwest. And then it took a while for the rollout. You didn't have this nationwide thing. And so they could build word of mouth.
They called it four-walling back in the day. And that's why in all those old movies, you can't tell the date it was made because they use Roman numerals. Right. That's for a reason. So you didn't know how old the movie was.
Interesting.
Right?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
And that's actually how the producer of The Blob got started. He was a distributor in Philadelphia, shipping reels of movies out all over the country, and then just found himself producing movies like The Blob, Equinox, stuff
Equinox.
like that. So,
I love Equinox. Yes.
Fun movie.
I saw that on a double bill with a movie called The Green Slime.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That was the first MST we ever did.
Yeah,
that was our pilot. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's great. It's a great movie.
So the VIP package, because I'm rifling through this stuff. We got the pocket watch, and I love these socks.
Thank you.
They've got Crow and Tom Servo and Gypsy on here. Are these, you only get these for the event?
No, they're available to get. What we're doing is part of our green initiative to get rid of all the stuff that was merch for our live tours.
Right.
So we're making that a bundle. It's a $150 value if you get the $200 ticket. And we also have general admission, too, at popular prices, of course.
All right, and you can do that through
popular price.
Yes.
Conveniently located.
Yes, near you. At a theater near you.
TheColonialTheater.com is where you want to get that for Blobfest.
Joel, I want to share a family moment with you, and it ties back into MST3K because we downloaded Tubi not that long ago, and I gave my son the remote, and he was scrolling through, and he came across a movie called Ega, King of Prehistoric Schlock, and I had seen it only because of Mystery Science Theater 3000, and Ben, my son, who's 16, never had. So we got to watch that movie together, and me and my fiance and my son, and we did our own little version of MST3K, which is why part of that show is, so popular over the years. And then I showed him your show, and he had never seen it before. He's 16. And so to have a new generation introduced to something that I found hilarious when I was in my teens and 20s really made me happy. So thank you for like a generational thing.
You know what? It happened to me, too. Like, I would watch it try to show Mystery Science Theater to my kids, and they didn't like it much until I played a Mike episode, and it all lit up. They
really?
It's not my dad now. It's another guy.
Right.
So,
That's funny.
It's like,
I could see that.
MST is something dull dad does, right?
That's how
it's
I felt, too.
Yeah, exactly. Right?
You both had the same. So, and we ask this all the time because this is the world, especially me. I live in this world. I love these films, and I think you guys perform a service because these films need to be remembered and the blood and sweat that went into it.
Some of them.
So, yes. But it's a bizarre way that we reckon what is a classic with some of these.
That's right.
Robot Monster, which is a classic. If you guys have ever seen the iconic image of the gorilla wearing a diving helmet essentially with an antenna.
And the Jillian bubble machine is also part of the recipe there.
It's unbelievable. And you could not describe that to someone. That movie was made, the intent was to make they weren't looking to make Citizen Kane, but they were looking to make an engaging...
A popcorn movie.
With a gorilla suit and a diving helmet, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we were just looking at that yesterday. There's a 3D version, so we're just.
When did that come out?
We just found out about it.
So it was originally released in 3D.
Oh,
in
is
the
that
50s,
right? Yeah.
And then it was restored just recently.
So those bubbles could be floating out into the room. It's amazing.
If it works.
Yeah.
Right.
And on Blobfest, and on Sunday is MST3 Con, which is our one day. It's called Next Sunday AD, and that's our one day convention. And it's like a film festival of trash cinema. It's basically just showing episodes from last season. We just wrapped season 13 for Mystery Science Theater, and so we'll be showing our favorite movies from that with the hosts from each of the episodes. So,
where's that taking place?
That's on Sunday at the Colonial
At the
Theater.
Colonial Theater,
So
okay.
we're the last day of Blobfest.
And by the way, when you're surrounded by people, like-minded people who enjoy this stuff, it's a wonderful thing because it's it's a little just.
They have a super fun street fair on Saturday. The run out for Blobfest is Friday, which they recreate that
The
scene
iconic
from the
running,
trailer where
yeah.
everybody runs out. Saturday's a street fair, which is just a nerd heaven for any kind of again, trash cinema or the Blob or whatever.
Yeah.
And then our thing's on Sunday.
So that the actual running from the theater, as depicted in the original Blob, actually has its own sort of history and lore and legend surrounding that. People who fall or get trampled and all of that. Yeah, I think we had one time we talked about it, and didn't we have someone who was?
Yeah. Was it like an extra? Who was
yeah,
on the scene. Yeah.
Right,
my
yeah.
God,
Oh, wow.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it was, they used people who lived in and around Phoenixville to be a part of that movie.
And if you look at that scene too, I mean, there's so many people. It's hard to direct that many people. If you look at a lot of the faces, a lot of people are laughing.
Yes.
as they're running
Yes.
into the
They're having a
theater.
great time.
And the
Not
one
around the people who are laughing. We won't use that.
The one woman gets destroyed on the way out. And,
it's coming up.
Like face plants.
There she goes.
Bang, hits the ground, and then people continue to run over her. But you're right, they're smiling and laughing on the way.
They're having a blast.
Yeah. They're trying not to laugh.
Somebody just pushed Jell-O through the projection window.
Any idea how many takes that took?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's been so long ago, I don't even remember.
Trying to block it out.
So the episodes that you guys are going to be screening, the Batwoman, this is what I have here.
That's a off-brand Mexican remake of Batwoman, unofficial.
Really? Completely
DC is
unofficial.
not involved with the licensing of that film.
Please don't tell them.
And then, can you describe Munchie? That was one of Jonah's episode, but what is Munchie?
Munchie, like, what is he physically?
Yeah,
Or
I never figured out what he was.
So Munchie, the way I think of Munchie, he's sort of a magical troll chihuahua.
Yeah, and he's voiced by Dom DeLuise.
By Dom DeLuise.
At the end of his career.
I
He wears a
remember
leather jacket.
Lonnie Anderson's in this
Lonnie
movie, right?
Anderson, yep.
Yes.
Yep, she sure is.
Exactly. So it's amazing.
Oh my
And
God.
then-
And it was a really hard, like you were saying, like it's made a little tongue in cheek. Like it's Dom DeLuise, so he's riffing, he's
Right.
going off and on. And that was really hard for the writers because they were like, oh my God, like how do we, do they need us? Like, he's already doing it.
Nightmarish.
Yeah.
assignment.
It's
And
terrific.
the one that I did is Demon Squad, which has got its own unique charms. But really, mostly, they did all the makeup effects from the Party City.
Yeah, it's all prosthetic. Party City.
Really, you can
appliques.
see stock items cut out and put on people's faces.
Lots of spirit gum.
Yeah.
Do you know what Munchie makes me think of? And it's Nick and I are huge fans of Mac and Me.
Oh yeah,
we riffed
yeah,
Mac.
yeah,
and Me,
I know, yeah. And we actually had the director in one time.
Wow,
yeah,
no
and we had to get to the bottom. There is an extended McDonald's scene in that movie.
Oh, song and dance.
Song and dance.
Amazing.
And it's just, and it's clearly McDonald's kicked in some cash, but it's hilariously, that again, there's intent to make entertainment that goes awry, and that's where you guys come in.
Well, Munchie is like Mac and Me without the warmth.
What greater act, acclaim can you have if you're that without the warmth?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Are you surprised when you find out about a movie you've never heard of before, or does that still happen, or have you guys pretty much become aware of them all?
After MST, the world kind of turned a corner where people wanted to do it all. Like they realized we're in a kind of crap production. Let's be funny about it. So we're going to have both, right? We're going to be in a bad movie, and we're going to make fun of it too. So we don't really play with those movies. We tend
that's not
Steve
your
was
thing.
saying, it's more like have to be very deliberate, trying to elicit a real response from an audience.
I'll say this as well, Joel, is that there were a lot of pretenders to what you guys were doing, and no one has done it the same way. There are two clever people out there, but you were first to the dance. You know,
thanks a lot. Yeah,
and so it still holds. And you know what? It's also backed by a genuine love. You guys just love it.
It's true, man. These movies are adorable. We love them, and I mean, it's fun to watch bad movies. Everybody knows it. Like you were describing. Yes,
and there are a couple times when we're looking for movies where, like, I'm thinking, like, we did a movie last season called Santo and the Treasure of Dracula.
Yes.
And I know there's all these Santo movies and everything, but
there's a lot of them.
There's so many.
I'm not familiar with Santo.
Just he's a Mexican wrestler. Yeah.
Okay.
What do they call that? What do they call that?
Lucha
Libre, But he's basically a superhero in this series.
In this one, he's kind of a scientist.
Yeah.
Which is really weird. And like again, I knew there were all these movies about him, but we found this one because it had just recently been dubbed. And when I found it, I was like, where was this hiding? Like, this is
pretty
perfect
amazing.
for us.
And there's a time machine in there. And
Dracula.
By the way, sometimes things like the Mexican the Spanish version of Dracula, Todd Browning's Dracula, was done at the same time, is actually better.
It is.
Than the Bela Lugosi version. So a lot of times the company would own a studio down in Mexico or another country, and they would produce instead of dubbing, they would produce the movie in that language, and so there are these gems floating around.
They say the Spanish version of Dracula is superior, and also is shot at night, so that had another angle to it.
Right.
Thank God for you guys in YouTube, because I will randomly think about it, because when I was a kid, bad movies would be on late at night.
Yes.
And you just stay up and you just watch them. You have very limited choice. And one of these will randomly pop in my head, and I have to go back over to YouTube and go, is that the way I remembered it? Is that really? And so there was a movie that popped in my head randomly the other day, which is called Wild in the Streets.
Yes.
Oh, I love that
movie. It's a great movie.
We're taking out everybody over 14.
Yes.
Right?
And if you were over 14, you had to go to like a concentration camp where they give you LSD.
Well, here's what happens. They're the teenagers.
Yes.
But then the teenagers become like the adults were, and then they have like 11, 12-year-old kids looking at it going,
yep. At the end.
We got to take these bastards out.
What was it called?
Wild in the Streets.
Oh,
and it's a rock star who runs for president, and he wants everybody under like 14 or 15 to be in charge. And then the older people had to go.
And it's a rock band, and Richard Pryor's the bass player.
He's the drummer.
Oh, is he the drummer?
Yeah.
So it's like, and he's the head of state or something. Everyone gets a really important role. There he is right there.
Yeah, keys off and never trust anyone over 30. And they oh
my God.
Amazing.
Yeah, I love that movie.
Hal Holbrook's in it. And,
yes.
Shelley Winters.
I saw it when I was a kid, and I found it chilling. I thought, we all have to take acid. I'm not ready. I don't know.
I don't even smoke.
What would mothers say?
Oh, my
That's
goodness.
Funny.
Yeah, no, there's
so much material,
and it's just a blast. And there's a genuine rush to being around this environment. So again, you guys are gonna have a great.
Oh, thanks you guys for having us. Congrats on your 25th anniversary.
Yeah.
Amazing, and it was so fun to see George Wallace. I did stand up with him 35 years ago, back in the day.
Just the nicest guy.
A wonderful. He's
But thank you for creating this wonderful thing, Mystery Science Theater. It's so great, Joel.
Can I
love
say
it.
hi to my girlfriend? She's a big fan of yours.
Yes, absolutely.
Hi, Debbie.
Hey, Debbie. We love you, Debs.
Can I say hi to my dog?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Hi, Allie. I'll let you out
just
soon.
degraded the whole thing. The dog does not listen to the radio.
You don't know that.
The dog is watching C-SPAN.
That's true. Yeah.
Get tickets to Blobfest and obviously the event that these guys are hosting, which is on Sunday, July 16th. They're wrapping up the Blobfest tickets at thecolonialtheater.com. Is there an official website for Mystery Science Theater?
Oh, yeah, mst3k.com. You get all your info there.
By the way, this is the first time I think I can actually go. It's always, yeah.
Oh, we'll put you on the guest list, fellas. Anything you want. Yeah.
And if you want to see more of the new season, go to Gizmoplex.
All right.
Gizmoplex.
Done and done. Thank you, Joel Hodgson,
thanks,
Matt
guys.
McGinnis, Mystery Science Theater 3000. We are going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a second. Stay put, please.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Well, I don't know. I was on that show, Full House. I do not know that show. I do not know who you are. And then he gets back on the phone and he's laughing his head off. He was just trying to impress somebody who sounded like Natasha and Boris were at the bar. And he had no clue who anything.
That's great.
Although Full House played in Russia, so I think they liked it.
Maybe they did.
Because we were of the right demographic. That's a nice thing to say in the morning. Hi, everybody. Have a great day. But I want to come into the studio next time I'm in there when I'm playing Philly, whether I play wherever, maybe the Tower again. Is the Tower going to open up?
I don't know, man. We're hoping for everything. You know this town as well as anybody, Bob, and there's just so many great venues and the amount of people who are devastated by this, just on that level, and it's not even just the performers, it's the people behind the scenes and the sound people and all that. There's been so much stuff, and we've got to do, and we're trying to do. Everybody's sort of trying to vigorously do everything they can to get everything back up and running, because the charm of this area is that you always had so many shows and comedy venues and all that stuff, and the Tower is historical, So we hope.
I'm hoping a lot of theaters, a lot of us are doing clubs because you can't get into a lot of theaters. But I'm playing a bunch of theaters and a bunch of casinos. And I mean, the Hard Rock wanted me, Live Nation called and said, we want you to be the first person to open it because we want it to be a festival that people can bring their kids to. I said, well, it's 21 and up and it's a casino. So
right.
Unless you got a 15-year-old with a mustache and a fake ID, it ain't going to happen.
Are you just going to be in and out to AC and then back, or are you going to be able to spend some time in Philly? I mean, it's still restricted.
No, I wish I could.
Yeah.
I've got to come back because I'm doing a show on a rooftop in San Francisco on 420 with a bunch of stoners.
Nice.
With Jeff Ross and a bunch of really, really funny people and proteges and friends of Dave Chappelle. So I'm doing that. And then I go back to Irvine, California. They're opening the Irvine Improv. But again, it's like a 500-seat venue. It's going to be 190 capacity. So but it's not a drive-in. It's not a drive-in.
It's not a drive-in. And 25% becomes 50%, becomes 75%, and we get back to it. And so
it happens. Getting out there, man. I can't. It's hard to explain. I know Bill must have been excited. We have the same publicist, and Bill is over the moon. Going back, did he exude that, or was he exhausted from the press?
We've had longer with you than we had with him. He had to duck quickly.
He was like, I gotta go. There's another guy I gotta call Detroit, and I'm really angry about this guy. I don't know who he is, but I don't like him. I don't think he talks like Joe Pesci.
It was a good.
He's literally. Please go ahead. Sorry.
No. Yeah, that was spot on. But in fact, that's kind of the way he talked. But he's great. He's always been very, and with you again, let's people be reminded that you have been a participant in the Camp Out for Hunger, and you've been generous with your time and just donations
always.
And stuff like that. So
whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. I try to do everything I can to help as many people.
You've been phenomenal. Yes. We appreciate
I have been, and I will continue to be, even though Bill thinks I don't have long to live.
Apparently,
he has the best drive-in story because he said he did a drive-in, and instead of heckling, the lady drove off. He just drove off.
Who was talking about that? I think Jim Gaffigan or somebody was talking about it. That just the quiet hum of an engine as the car just leaves.
It's worse than someone walking out.
It's worse than someone walking out. Yeah.
Nice. You guys are lucky because you get to talk. Besides being as popular as you are, come on, let's face it, you are, and you look really good too. You're both incredibly handsome, and you get unusually groomed for early in the morning. I have to admit, and you know that I slept in these clothes, and I look very groomed. But you get to talk to so many people when I see your lineup because following you guys, it's like wow, it's all my friends. You have Tom Pop on. You have people that are just wonderful.
Well, you are doing likewise. Your podcast, which I enjoy as well, and is that a nice rest, diversion for you as well? Because you're a good interviewer yourself.
I've gotten to be better, but thank you. I'm not you guys, but I'm on my 89th show. But Monday is Ben Folds, and this week I had Candace Cameron Bure, my TV daughter DJ.
I gotta tell you, I adore her, and I have fallen in with the veracity of a crack addict to the Hallmark Christmas movies that she does,
and she's the queen of Christmas.
Yes, she's awesome. She's so good.
Well, it's interesting because you do a podcast these days, and because there's not that many outlets, there's the late night shows that they run the clips, there's SNL clips. Otherwise, if you want humor, you go to a podcast or sensational news. So E! News picked up yesterday a story about Candace being on my podcast, just talking about people make fun of her for being so perky. That was a news story. That's where we're at.
Perkiness.
Perky.
This just
people are cynicism comes, and the pain that people are having comes out of what we've been living through, which is being locked up. But it's a problem when the younger people, and I feel like I am one of them. People go, well, you're an old man and we're Gen Z. And I'm like, no, you guys don't get it. My stand-up isn't as blue as it is. It's like a 12-year-old or 10-year-old learning bad words. Yeah. That's kind of what it is. I mean, the word wiener comes out. Just the word, by the way.
Okay. Right.
But you that's the interesting part is you can make, with a podcast, I'm able to have that outlet this year, and I've had such wonderful guests. I've had Tiffany Haddish to Jake Tapper to Bill Burr to Jason Sudeikis to Whoopi. It's just been able, and then dear friends that I sparred with like Gilbert and Lovitz, and and I'm just going to keep doing it forever. I mean, I have no reason not to. It's once a week, and I love it.
Well, there's been, and we've talked about this. There's been again, and I must have said this 100 times over the past year, that there's going to be some things that are going to actually, that we found, hey, this is a way we can do this. The way we're doing this right now with you, Bob, on the Zoom setup is something that was in the works, but we were forced to accelerate it. And so here we are doing that. So there are going to be some bright spots. And I think the fact that it accelerated you doing something that you're enjoying is a glass half full aspect to something that's been so profoundly unpleasant.
Exactly. This would be a dial. I'd be calling you on the phone. And now you get good quality audio. I'm on a podcast mic, and I'm able to do, I did Kevin Hart's new podcast that'll be on next month. And it becomes like you're in studio talking with your friend.
Right.
And as you know, that's what broadcasting is. You're just being yourself and talking with your friend or a person that you feel like, oh, I'm a person too.
That's right.
What I was getting at is the cynicism is what's ripping us apart. It's
exactly
where people, no matter what you say, people, if John Lennon said all you need is love, they would go, oh yeah, right. Canceled.
Right. It's
cancel him. Love. I don't have love. Canceled. But
I think your angle, your take on it is exactly right. And we with Bob Saget's in the world and the planned Dirty Work sequel.
I never mentioned that. I never said a word. Saget, why are you talking about it? The ink's not even dry. Shut up. My bad Norm impression.
Well, up next is this weekend at the Hard Rock at the Edis Arena, Saturday. There's 2 shows, 7 and 10 p.m., and you can get the tickets at bobsaget.com, and we'll post information, make it very easy for you to do that. Bob, it is always wonderful to have you on, man.
You guys are so great, and I will want to be in studio again. When I come home to Philly, I want to hang out with you guys for about 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, we can do that. I was going to say all morning, but,
3 or 4 days.
3 or 4 days works. We can make that happen.
Look at how groomed you are. You're going to smell good. I'm fine with it. The worst is when you show up, and you're in some New York Sirius radio station, and wow, I shouldn't have said that.
No,
and then, but everybody's got BO because they're a morning shock radio, and they're not. You guys are clean.
We're clean. Only one of us is BO.
Well, I'll have to guess. I'll know when I get there.
She is normally clean otherwise.
We love you, Bob.
Love you too.
Thanks, man. We got to go. Bob Saget, the one and only. God, I love that guy.
You could talk to him for hours.
He's one of the most naturally funny guys that I've ever met. He's just the best.
His stand-up is so freaking funny.
Yep, it's sharp. YouGov polled adults who said that they intend to watch Super Bowl and revealed how they answered the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year? So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. Mm-hmm. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
Right. Okay.
All right. So pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah, what do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go,
and then pizza.
Yeah, no, really? I would go pizza less. I would probably, normally, I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip, too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
There you go.
Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now, okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of I count that as chips and dip.
Okay.
I mean, it's not technically
Like a
dip.
crap. It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah.
This is the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
It's like bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. You know, it's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
really
analogy.
shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is excellent bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum, more platinum. Yeah, very good.
10 o'clock, about 5 minutes or so. Ice Cube is going to be joining us. And he's got a gig actually coming up at Ovation Hall on the 7th in Atlantic City. So we'll chat with him in just a few. But we have some other things to do between now and then.
It might be actually a little bit earlier, so we can do like these first few things, and then it might be right after that.
All right, perfect. We're going to do a lesson question, and we're going to give away tickets to the Pocono 400 NASCAR Cup Series race, which is going to be Sunday, July 23rd at Pocono Raceway. Question we will ask this morning is this. In the E Street Band, Danny Federici was known as the Phantom. What was Gary Tallent's nickname? Not really. It's what we said it was. 215-263-WMMR, okay? In the E Street Band, Danny Federici was known as the Phantom. What was Gary Tallent's nickname according to us? 215-263-WMMR. And while you call, we'll do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, the trash brought to you by Helium Comedy Club, bringing the laughs to Philly for many years. Helium Comedy is the best comics of today and tomorrow, live every week. Tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Dan Benson, who played Zeke Beakerman on Wizards of Waverly Place, is now starring in adult films. Benson says porn acting is much more difficult because you have to make people believe that 26-year-old with a face tattoo is your stepmother.
Friend.
Lacey Chabert and Scott Wolf, who played siblings on Party of Five, will star as a romantic couple in the new Hallmark Channel Christmas movie. The title for the certain-to-be holiday classic is I Saw Daddy Having Penetrative Sex, excuse me, hard word to say, with his sister under the mistletoe.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Shark Tank star Barbara Corcoran, revealing she's made $500 million off of sales of the original Comfy, which is like a Snuggie.
Yeah.
Corcoran says they were able to keep production costs low by whipping the children. So that's your Hollywood Trash.
She is like, she just has so much damn money. I watch her and I'm like, I need to be your friend or
She's got the
work
Midas
for you.
touch.
Who was it again?
Barbara Corcoran from the Shark Tank.
Oh, yeah. Yep, she's definitely got it.
Got going on.
All right, so lesson question. Let's see if we can get a winner. No. In the E Street Band, I almost asked the other question. In the E Street Band, Danny Federici was known as the Phantom. What was Gary Tallent's nickname? And we're going to go to Dan, see if we can get the answer. Hey, Dan, good morning.
Morning, it.
Good morning to see you, sir. All right, so in the E Street Band, what was Gary Tallent's nickname?
War Child.
War Child, yes. Absolutely correct.
Back off, War Child, seriously.
All right, hang on, Dan. We're going to say, yeah, bud, you got tickets to the Pocono 400 NASCAR Cup Series race on Sunday, July 23rd at Pocono Raceway. NASCAR weekend at Pocono Raceway is July 21st through the 22nd. And I'm sorry, the 23rd. And tickets at PoconoRaceway.com, by the way.
Are we good?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. So, like any minute now, like don't start music news yet. Any minute now.
Any minute now. We can play this if you wanted to. We were going to talk about that.
Oh, yeah. So we just had the guys from Mystery Science Theater, Joel and Matt.
Yes.
And Joel created it.
Always fun to see
And
them.
a while back, they did a mention of our show. And I should have played it while we were doing the interview.
I know.
And they had said something about it when we were off air, so I'm going to play this now. This was it.
I'd hope you'd be nicer.
Shut up that jazz combo. I'm nervous enough as it is.
The overheating has melted the pressure, bud.
Fries are up.
Quick, into your suit.
Oh, damn. I thought we were taking the suits off.
Isn't that the new Preston and Steve catchphrase? Danger, explosive door bolts.
Which is an honor to have that happen. So that was very, very cool. And they were really, really nice guys, man. I love that. And that's a cool event. I have yet to go to Blobfest.
I've never been able to make it. I can do it this
You thinking
year.
about doing it?
Yeah.
I need to see if my schedule will allow it. We do have some things planned with the family, but I mean, is it all weekend? Is it just Saturday, Sunday, or
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and make sure you arrange for parking ahead of time.
Oh, really?
Well, Phoenixville on a Friday in the summer is always challenging, but if you can get a ride from Spring City and work your way over or something like that, it's a cool way to go. But it's awesome. The whole Bridge Street shuts down, and it's really fun.
That's one thing they got to get on top of is that parking situation. down
Yes, indeed. Hey, I wanted to mention this is another event you want to be a part of, and it is the Preston and Steve Belly Flop Championship. We announced it day before yesterday.
Yes.
It is the return, and we now have your chance to enter as a potential contestant in this, and we're only going to have so many spaces available. But we are going back to the place where we've always done it, and it's at the Valley Beach at Valley Forge Casino Resort. I mean, it's like a beach. They've got sand out there and the pool. And
they did pull out all the stops.
Cabanas and the whole routine and bars and everything you're looking for. So it's going to be Thursday, August 3rd from 6 to 8 p.m. at Valley Beach at Valley Forge Casino Resort. If you would like to compete, you just go to PrestonandSteve.com and you can learn how to enter that way. And you need a photo and some information about yourself, your nickname, your theme, whatever it may be. Walk-up music. We've had everything from cowboys to Chewbacca's.
To rabbis.
Yes, obviously the Hebrew Hammer.
Hebrew Hammer.
We've had wrestlers, whatever, something creative.
And by the way, if you are just simply a fantastic belly flopper and you think you can bring that, then do that.
Yeah. Maybe you work for PennDOT. Maybe you're one of the people that saved us by building the bridge.
Yes.
You could do a theme like that.
Absolutely.
Something that's current and topical as well, even though it's not going to be till August. So the deadline to enter is Sunday, July 23rd, by the way. And it's a $500 cash prize, but we're going to add more to that for first place. So there's going to be like a package that comes with it. But the money is $500, and then we'll have cash prizes for second and third. It is a 21 and over event, but it's early too. Like I said, 6 to 8 p.m. It's not a crazy late night thing on a Thursday night.
It's a lot of fun.
It's sponsored by Valley Forge Casino Resort. So we want you to get on board, be a part of that, and we'll work on getting some fun judges together.
Celebrity judges?
I hope so. I think it'd be nice if we could pull that off. So
You guys, remember when you guys flopped a few years ago?
Yeah, I will never do that again.
Oh, why not?
Because it's not the smacking of the stomach. Actually hurts my back, and I think I had a headache after I did it. Dude, you hit hard.
You know what I did?
I don't want to do that
And it
anymore.
wasn't. I thought you guys both said like it was not a good idea in like full clothing. Like,
well, yeah, that too. I was soaking wet in my clothes.
Going home, I left my Apple Watch on. I forgot I had it.
Oh, but
Yeah.
it's resistant, right?
Not at that
first one.
time.
The old ones.
Not at that time. It wasn't. But no, I ain't doing that again. You do it.
Fine.
All right.
I got to practice. I don't think I've ever intentionally belly flopped.
You know, we'll throw her so she gets a little more distance from us.
It's not fun. I hate belly flops. I never did that as a joke thing like Casey might do that or something, but I've never, ever done that on purpose because it just hurts too damn much. Our guest is ready to go. Our guest is going to be in AC performing at Ovation Hall at in Ocean's Casino. So this is on July 7th. It's coming up. Tickets are available at theoceanac.com. You know his music, you know his movies, and we are happy to welcome Ice-T. Ice Cube!
What? Oh my God. Oh no. Oh my God.
Dude, I'm so sorry I just did that. I am so sorry I just did that.
One day before vacation.
I'm a
Like
dick.
20 minutes before vacation.
I know.
Do it again.
Cube. Ice Cube. Welcome, man. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Doing great. Thanks for coming on. I was, going through the movies and everything that you've done, and you are a guy who stays busy all the time. Do you like it that way? Do you like having stuff on your schedule?
I do because I'm a creative guy. That's what I really love about the whole business is being able to create cool stuff that people dig, and so. I love to stay busy. When I'm on vacation, after about 7-8 days, I'm like, let's get back to it.
Yeah,
So
I hear you. You start to get antsy. It's hard to force yourself, though. And I think, what do you do to sort of clear your mental plate because you've got so many things going on? Because you need to do that. You need to take a real rest. What do you turn to when you need to just get away?
really just, just kind of relaxing, nothing special.
Yeah.
I can turn it off. It's not really something that, I don't feel like I'm a workaholic. Other people may feel like I am, but I feel like, I got enough time off and it's time to get back to work. My brain is going. So, I don't want to turn it off.
It's wild to see you over your career because, obviously you came at us through the music and then moving on to producing and writing movies. And with you just did one recently. You're in the new Ninja Turtles film animation that Seth Rogen directed. How did that come about?
Seth called me and he was laughing before he always giggles. Calling me and he's like, "Cube, I got something for you. I'm doing the new Ninja Turtle movie." And I want you to play a character. I'm like, okay. And he's like, Superfly. And I'm like, cool, big hat, Cadillac, let's do it. And he was like, nah, let me send you the drawing. And it's like a big, giant, 7-foot fly. And so I asked him, I said, are flies that ugly? He's like, yeah, they're pretty ugly. And I was like, okay. And then he was like, yo, let's do it. Are you down? I said, come on, man. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Like, I would be the stupidest dude in the world to turn this down.
Yeah.
So it was easy.
It's cool that something like that started so casual with just a phone call. Because I think of, meetings and agents and people getting in touch with each other. But is it something that will attract you to a role or a project because somebody picked up the phone and had a conversation with you that way about it?
Most of the time, that's how these things come together. Studios have their ideas of who they want to put in the movie. Directors have their ideas, but sometimes until you get a call, like 21 Jump Street, I ran into Jonah Hill. We were at some kind of event. They was honoring Quentin Tarantino, and it was boring. And then so I walked in the lobby. And Jonah Hill came out there and he started rapping. It was a good day, like the whole damn song. And I'm like, what's up? What's up, Jonah? This is our first time meeting. He's like, man, I wrote something that's cool. I want to send it to you, man. I think you'd be perfect for Captain Dixon. And that's how that came together.
By the way, those movies are hilarious, and you are extraordinarily funny in 22 Jump Street. You have a scene where you have a mental breakdown at a buffet once you find out that Jonah Hill is banging your daughter. It's so effing funny. Did they just?
It was easy.
Yeah,
it was easy to come up with that. All I had to do was think of it for real. and so that was easy to I was gonna tear up a few more things up in there, until they said cut.
Yeah, that's great. It's great.
I wanted to ask about your son O'Shea because we had him in here a couple of years ago. Real nice kid, man. He was really cool, and he and I squared off on a Game of Thrones trivia battle, and he just beat me.
Yeah.
I was pretty good, but he was solid. But how's he doing, and what's going on in his career?
He's doing great. He's in Spain right now working on Den of Thieves 2 with Gerard Butler. So he's living his best life right now. Sent me pictures. I'm like, man, you doing better than me right now because you on a nice island. You know what I'm saying? It's beautiful. And he's shooting, a sequel to a movie that people really dig. So I think, he's having fun.
Was there ever a point where you thought you had to cut your teeth in entertainment? You know how the pitfalls and how it can be really, caustic. Was there ever a point where you tried to dissuade him from getting into the entertainment business?
No, actually, it's all my fault because when I heard we was doing Straight Outta Compton, I kept looking at him. He would go on tour with me all the time, jump on stage, grab the mic. He would do some of my songs. And I just was looking at him. I said, look, the movie's going to come together. Look like it's going to happen. I want you to play me. And lightning quick, nonchalantly, he was like, okay. And I didn't really dig that response because it was just too easy. So I ran him through the ringer, you know what I mean? Like a coach's kid.
Yeah.
Having him study in LA, study in New York. And he stuck with it and made a career for himself. So it's a beautiful thing.
It's great.
And his range, Cocaine Bear, he is hilarious and serious. And it's just, that movie is, I'm so glad it's in my life.
Yeah, everybody need a little Cocaine Bear in their life. You know what I'm saying? So he got that movie by just calling the director, Elizabeth
Banks. Yeah.
He called her up. I think he heard that she was doing the movie, and he tweeted like, "Cocaine Bear, I'm here for that in seconds." I'm here for that and seconds, and something like that. That tweet got her to call him, and then she put him in the movie.
So to the point about not it being about meetings and all this stuff, that just happened through social media. I wanted to ask you, so Ovation Hall, Oceans Casino, July 7th. What can people expect? What's the show going to be like?
30 years of hits.
Yeah.
30 years of my career, from NWA, early solo stuff. So we're gonna have fun. I think, if you've never seen me perform, I give you what hip hop, the essence. You know what I'm saying? I'm not rapping over the record. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, doing no funny stuff that happens nowadays. I grip and I rip. And so that's what we're doing. We're going to have fun and come through. I expect everybody in the house to have a good time.
That's got to be a blast. It's also for people who sometimes people will kind of turn their back on what got them to the dance, and they kind of become, I don't want to do that. The fact that you're embracing it, getting out there, it's got to be cool for you because that's initially the way you expressed yourself.
Yeah, when I first started rapping and got into hip hop, it was a hobby for me. It was a way to get things off my chest. I never knew I was gonna make money at it, especially being from the West Coast. In them early days, it was an East Coast dominated sport, so to speak. So then boom, it happened with Eazy-E, NWA, and it's still fun for me to get on the mic and perform like it was when I was, battle rapping people on the senior quad. You know what I'm saying? It's still a hobby for me, and it's still fun.
That's
even
great.
Though I've made a career out of it.
Wow. Cube, I stumbled down a YouTube hole a few days ago, and I ended up on the series where you and Kevin Hart and Conan O'Brien were driving around in L.A. And there's the one where you're hanging out with a student driver, and I'd seen it when it first aired, but I'd forgotten that the three of you guys and the student driver ended up in a dispensary, and it's comedy gold. And you and Conan and Kevin, it's so funny to watch you guys make each other laugh. Are you still buddies with Conan and Kevin? Do you still hang out from time to time?
Oh yeah, those dudes right there. They just great guys. And going back to that skit, it was we had done a movie called Ride Along.
Yeah.
And it was like, we got to do Conan O'Brien, and it was a Saturday, and I'm like, what the hell? He don't shoot on Saturday. What are we doing? We're gonna just jump in the car. It's like it was a Lyft or some kind of car like that, Uber or whatever. We're gonna put cameras in and we just ride around and talk. I said, damn, Conan, y'all cheap. Like, this is some bull. Like, come on, man. This is all y'all thought of? Like, you have me and Kevin Hart out here, and we just gonna ride around. Okay, comedy gold, I guess. So I was really like, I didn't know what was gonna happen when we got in the car. And then it became the most hilarious thing that we had done to promote the movie. So, you know, you just never know where the comedy's going to come from when you get these personalities.
You're
together.
good in that element. I'll never forget the interview you did with Jiminy Glick where he kept thinking you were Vanilla Ice. and your reaction is priceless. You're good. You've got a good comedy instinct.
Thank you, man. You know, growing up, you know, we laughed a lot in the hood, as you can see when we did Friday. Friday was a movie where we tried to show, you know, the fun that we had, you know, amongst all the chaos. And so all my friends are funny. Like the people I gravitated towards when I was younger, you know, a lot of them are hilarious. So, you know, being with them, you got to stay on your toes or you'll get roasted real quick. So you just got to, you know, I developed an instinct.
Hey, Cube, you know, there's a lot of movies, classic movies, the cast will get back together and speak in a group and like a panel at a theater or something like that. Has that ever happened with Boys in the Hood? Because that was one of those life-changing movies for me. The first time I saw that, it opened up that world of South Central and so on, and that I was not privy to. And I was like, it was powerful. It was so powerful. Have you guys gotten back together as a group and done any kind of Q&A or anything like that?
Yeah, you know, it was great because we was able to do it while John Singleton was still alive.
Yeah.
The Academy of Motion Pictures had a tribute to him and all his films. And everybody who ever was discovered by John, because I was discovered. Like, I wasn't trying to be an actor. You know, when he came to me, I didn't know what he was talking about. I thought you had to go to Juilliard Art or something like that to become an actor. So he discovered me. You know, he discovered Busta Rhymes, Tyrese, Tupac. You know, we were all musicians that he put in movies, and so we were all there. And of course, you know, not Pac, but we were all there, and we were all embracing him. And we got a chance to give him his flowers before he passed away. So it was a great night.
We actually had John in the studio for an interview, and he was the nicest guy. And when we broke after the interview, they were talking about stuff that would never make it on air. But he was so funny.
I remember I asked him about when he the scene where the drive-by happens and everybody's outside, and that he had pulled one over on the cast and had somebody firing off blanks, and they didn't know the cameras were rolling.
Oh, no, you know, the whole night he's saying, we're gonna do the drive-by part. It wasn't really a drive-by, it was a guy just kind of showing off with a gun. We're gonna do this part, you're gonna hear bang, 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 everybody run. Mm-hmm. He said this over and over and over, and I'm like, John, shut up. Like, okay. Once we hear somebody yell bang, bang, bang over the, you know, megaphone, we'll react.
Yeah.
Never knew he was gonna have a guy out there with a real AK and blanks. So when we're like, they're filming, we're at our most relaxed.
Yeah.
And you hear it. I mean, it's already a bunch of gangsters out there watching us film.
Yeah.
So we didn't know if it really went south. You know what I mean? It's like, this is the first time we filming a movie like this on Crenshaw. It's real rolling 60s around. It's everybody, you know, the real deal is in the audience with the movie cast. So we didn't know if it went bad for real. And our reactions are priceless.
Legit.
You know?
Legit. Yeah, you can tell.
Straight legit.
Yeah.
I almost hit a dude. If you watch, I almost hit a guy with that 6 tray. You know what I mean? I almost ran. He fell in the street. He almost got it. Yeah.
I gotta go back
watch it. Yeah.
with that story in mind. Wow, man. Well, listen, you know, we love the fact you spent some time to come on and talk to us this morning. And like you said, 30 years of hits. coming up at Ovation Hall. Is going to be on July 7th. Tickets available at theoceanac.com, and we'll keep an eye out. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mutant Mayhem, and then I saw a bunch of other things. War of the Worlds and Lifeform, Accidents, and Humbug. These are just names that I'm reading on a sheet. I'm sure we'll find out more about it, but these are all projects coming up that Ice Cube is involved in. You're a busy man, so we appreciate the time, Cube. Thank you so much. Have a great holiday and everything, all right?
No problem. Appreciate you guys. And everybody check out the Big Three this Saturday on CBS, 1 o'clock Eastern.
All right.
Done and done. All right, thank you. Ice Cube, everybody. Take care, man. We'll see ya. He's a Renaissance man. Guy keeps his hands in a whole bunch of stuff going on.
Friday and barbershop, and I mean, he was one of the script writers.
Yeah.
I mean, that's and he's a mogul. He's a legitimate mogul with the productions.
Barbershop's a funny ass movie too, man.
It's also a heartwarming movie.
Yes, agreed. All right. Well, with that, we haven't even done music news yet.
What the hell?
What the hell? All right, here we go.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
And I'm just going to glance over the fact that I called him Ice-T at the beginning of the
Nobody even remembers.
He was so cool about it.
Yeah.
I thought he must get it a lot.
Well, he does. And this Jiminy Glick interview, Martin Short playing this obsequious sort of interviewer, he keeps calling him, so where did you get Vanilla Ice?
All right, I got a couple things. Fall Out Boy has released a remake of Billy Joel's We Didn't Start the Fire, updated to cover newsworthy items from 1982 to 2023. It's a great idea.
Why not?
I listened to a little bit of it, and I had Marissa grab it. Do you guys want to hear some of the stuff? And it's probably you're not going to catch all the references just because audio-wise, I don't know if you can. Like, even in We Didn't Start the Fire, you got to kind of go back a few times and go, what does he say there? So, but let me play a little bit of this for you. And obviously, it starts in 89 and works all the way up, so I don't know how current, what the most current references are. Here we go. Has got to be in there. So Tiger King is mentioned.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. All right. So anyhow, they are currently on their So Much for Tour Dust headline tour, which is making stops in Chicago, Dallas, Texas, Phoenix. I don't know about here.
I heard some interesting news.
All right.
That's all I'm going to say. Can't.
About this band?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
No, they're actually coming out with Woman-A's, Preston.
Finally.
Instead of mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Woman-A's. We have some audio of this, I think, Marissa. Paul McCartney. All right, so he was on with Conan O'Brien on his podcast and talking about, let's see here.
Springsteen set a precedent as far as playing live.
Yes, and he was saying these pretty much, you need a main act, and there's a main act and it might be a warm-up act, but he goes into detail about the length of shows being played. Here we go.
Now, people do 3-4 hours. I blame Bruce Springsteen. I've told him so. I said, it's your fault. You can't do an hour. But we used to do a half hour. That was like the Beatles thing. Half an hour. And we got paid for it.
Yeah.
And he explains, though, in the next clip, why that was a half hour.
All right.
You were on package bills. It was a lot of people on the bill. So we thought, well, half an hour, that's like epic, So, but that was it. A big Beatles show, we were on and off like that.
Yeah.
A lot of that 8 Days a Week special, Preston, that
Ron Howard did.
directed.
It's excellent. It covers their touring days.
Yes.
It's fantastic.
And you learn things like when they played that famous Shea Stadium concert, that was played over the stadium PA system.
Yep,
there was no additional sound equipment.
Yeah. Nobody heard anything.
No.
They couldn't even hear
They couldn't
anything,
hear.
Really. But Paul is furious at Bruce Springsteen because...
You ruined it! What's wrong with you? Who plays that long?
You son of a bitch.
Are you out of your mind, you stupid bastard? I'm from New Jersey, where we do. Go to hell!
Just love it when that side of Paul comes
Me
out.
fish and chips are getting cold backstage.
So, all right, two more local things to pass along. AJ Madia and David Razor, executors of the estate of Jerry Blavat, said that the iconic Shore Club Memories will open twice this weekend in memory of the Geeter.
He got his street yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, which was very cool to see that.
So on July 1st at 7 p.m., the club will host friends and family who purchase tickets for the evening. The event is all but sold out. The club holds about 700 people. Then on the 3rd, what would have been Jerry's 83rd birthday, Memories will open to the public at 3 p.m. for what's being billed as a last dance in memory of the Geeter.
That's touching. That's good.
At 5 p.m., the city of Margate will be installing a sidewalk plaque in honor of him. Margate Mayor Michael Collins will be on hand to do the honors at the corner of North Madison and Amherst Avenues. And then 10 DJs who worked with Blavat will perform over the weekend. The club has been closed and for sale since he died. And it sent fans in Philadelphia, New Jersey, and elsewhere into a deep but spirited mourning. Blavat has been, an institution for decades, reaching back to people's first sweaty dances and last tearful ones as well. So
cool.
It's a lovely tribute that they're going to be doing. And then the final thing, our buddy Kyle Mack, his band, FM Band, is playing this weekend.
Where at?
They're going to be playing Parks Casino tomorrow night at 9 p.m.
Cool.
So you can go see them. I assume it's in the 360 Lounge. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
And then Saturday, Keenan's Irish Pub in North Wildwood, 8 p.m. That's where I saw them last. They play outside. It's fantastic, and you can't help but move. And they get the crowd dancing, man. So make sure you go check out Kyle. And then, yes, Marissa, you are correct. I need to mention this. It's MMR's Fill in the 4th weekend. 4 days featuring 4 song blocks. We pick the first 3. You pick the 4th one. And our weekend warriors are going to look for your phone calls each hour to choose the final song. And you'll be able to do that starting this weekend. So get to it.
May I mention something quickly? Preston? There is a new documentary called What the Hell Happened to Blood, Sweat, and Tears. It's about the band.
Oh, yeah.
And it is, I know you're a big
Great
Blood,
band.
Sweat, and Tears.
Yes.
Huge fan. And it is debuting Saturday, July 8th at 5 p.m. at the Living Room and Cricket Cafe, which is awesome over there in Ardmore. And they're going to have original Blood, Sweat, and Tears member Steve Katz after the screening to talk about the band, and they're going to reminisce. But this documentary is supposed to be amazing about Blood, Sweat, and Tears. So,
excellent.
And it's on my social media if you want to. We'll put it up on, maybe get it up on the website as well. So
nice. All right, as we take a break, let's give away some booze. I got the Mary Can Bloody Marys to give away, and we'll take caller number 20. You have to be 21 to win, though. 215-263-WMMR. You can try Mary Can Bloody Mary in a can. It's perfect for parties, brunches, the beach, golfing, tailgating. You get the idea. And you won't believe that incredible fresh-tasting Bloody Mary came in a can. So we'll set you up with that 24-pack. Call now. We'll be back in a moment to wrap up the program and give away, even though it's Thursday, our Word of the Week prize. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Going back to the bronze joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh my God.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, It was like 6:05, and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast. So.
It's good. Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. So
Stays darker later?
I mean, stays lighter later.
Longer, yeah.
It stays later, darker.
Oh my God.
No, because I noticed that yesterday too. It was it was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
dark and dark
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear the story, Preston.
No,
it's going to be a Lifetime movie. Judd
What's
Nelson's
going-
playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm gonna tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got a laugh out of Kathy. I set my coffee
I didn't
timer
have to listen to the story.
every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee, and the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here.
Yeah.
And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
Yeah, I had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink
You
it.
don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's remarkable though. Like little things can set your day in the right direction
my
or in
God.
the completely wrong direction. And that one set. I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever. But like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood. And like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. So you've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he will be he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur. Like
Okay.
we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a great video that Mark
Yeah.
posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, "Hold on, that means Darth Vader's my grandfather."
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget like actors really know what they're talking about. Like he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it, and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, "Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be."
Yeah. No, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear. The dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave them, I mean, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, what's up? And just say, just get on the plane. And I'll go, hey, I thought we could do that. And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky? Like,
Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is a legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
We watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, I cannot believe that's going to be Papa. Like, I cannot believe. He is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is it the company?
Legendary.
So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
no. I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio right now.
Full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah. Yes. Dude, that's awesome. It's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of the machine, the movie came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on, and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly, people never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity, once it's done, when people ask about it, you can just say, watch the movie. Because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't the origin. This isn't that story, though, isn't this?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow-up to it, Bert?
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this guy, Kale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, I want to do a movie with you.
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, all right, you got to do one movie. He's like, I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do? And I said, well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine. And he goes, how would you tell that? And I go, I got to be honest with you, Kale. I don't know. I said, my biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, just tell The Machine. And it'll be the Russian mafia. And he lit up and he goes, say no more, say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie. And so
go ahead.
Based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director.
Ramones on 93.3 WMMR. It is 10:53, Thursday morning of the Preston radio program. Warm day today, 87 degrees, our high. Partly cloudy skies, sunny skies, and then tomorrow sunshine, high 87. Pretty much the same thing. Then I'm looking at maybe some scattered thunderstorms Saturday, Sunday, maybe Monday, maybe Tuesday. I don't know. It's looking like, 50-50 shot on those days. So we'll see. We'll see how it all turns out. What a day today was.
Jammed.
We had a full boat, lots of guests on the program, and each and every one of them was fantastic. Usually get that many interviews. You have one that might be kind of suck, whatever, but they were great. Derek Pitts, chief astronomer, director of the Fells Planetarium at the Franklin Institute, and the new space exhibit is opening this fall called Disney 100. The exhibition. Oh, I'm sorry, Disney 100. The exhibition is running now, so they got tons of stuff. fi.edu for the information. And he was a big fan of. Derek Pitts was a big fan of George Wallace, who was here. Is actually going to see him at Helium Comedy Club Friday night. And George is doing Friday and Saturday shows at 7 and 9:30. And then we had the fellows of Mystery Science Theater 3000. Joel Hodgson, who created it, and Matt McGinnis as well. And they are doing an event at the Colonial Theater on Blobfest. It's going to be on July 16th. Tickets available at thecolonialtheater.com. And then finally, Ice Cube was on with us. I said Ice-T. And he was great. He didn't mind that I messed up the name, but he's excellent. Ovation Hall, by the way, at Oceans Casino. He's performing, doing music his entire career. July 7th. Tickets available at theoceanac.com. So you can get those. And then he's got the Big 3-on-3 basketball league, 6th season. Kicks off next month, and he wanted us to mention that as well. Jackie Bam Bam is here. Hey, man.
Do I call it a no sad bro day for you guys?
It's no sad bro, yeah.
I think so. It's been we haven't really lingered on the no sad bro thing because that's traditionally on Friday. But yes, we are off tomorrow, and that's why we're going to give away our Word of the Week prize today. And you, sir, sorry about that. You, sir, get to help us do that. You ready?
I am ready.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
The letter K is in. Did you get it, Romano? Kiss.
Yeah.
All right. We'll take caller number 7 at 215-263-WMMR. And if you know the word, then you win the prize. So we are going to be looking for you to call very shortly. Have you been enjoying your week doing middays?
I have. I feel like I woke up in Los Angeles today. It's foggy. It's sunny. I'm like, where am I? And Casey Boy called me from Arizona. I'm like, I'm on my way. Yeah, he made it, and he's out there with his cousin. And, yeah, things are good. It's going to be a great weekend.
Excellent. So what's happening on today's show?
Workforce Blocks, Breaking Benjamin. We're celebrating an anniversary of their sophomore album. And Prespo. We're rocking with Dawkins.
Yes.
It's Don Dawkins'
Don
birthday.
and the boys.
And I'll put a bonus in there, one from my secret stash of Halloween tunage. And also Deep Purple, Press, great drummer. Ian Pace.
Oh, Ian Pace.
Yeah.
I was
Those
telling
little
these-
John Lennon glasses.
Yep. Great drummer. Not only, but he was in the James Gang as well. He played with them
Did
too.
he do
At
that?
one
Okay.
point, yeah, he did a turn in that. Yeah.
Okay. And he
Great
always
drummer.
played Pearl drums, and I think he's still endorsed by Pearl.
Okay.
Always with the white Pearl drums.
Yep.
So we'll do that, and we have Chili Peppers tickets in the prize coffin.
Love it. All right, we're going to see if we can get a winner. We are looking for our caller, and it happens to be Tim who is on the line. Hey, Tim. Morning, Tim.
Grandma.
Hey, bud.
Hi, Grandma.
All right, Grandma wants you to give me a word, and what word is that, please, sir?
That would be dark.
Dark.
Yabba dabba doo!
You got it, bud. All right, Tim, we're going to give you a pair of tickets to see Moulin Rouge, the musical, Friday, July 7th, the Academy of Music, and we're going to give you a hotel stay that night at the Bellevue Hotel in Center City, buddy, all right?
Yep, me and my wife, thank you.
All right, thank you, buddy. Hang on.
Grandma.
We'll get your information. Tell Grandma she can come too. And don't forget that Moulin Rouge, the musical, is a winner of 10 Tony Awards, including Best Musical. It's a theatrical combination of truth, beauty, freedom, and above all, love. July 5th through the 23rd at the Academy of Music. Tickets and information at kimmelculturalcampus.org. I will thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. We are going to be off for a few days, so we have nothing to tease for next week other than some of your favorite segments throughout the years that will get played. And enjoy, friend. We want you to have a great, safe holiday weekend and just be cool. Enjoy.
Yeah.
Have a good time. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Bye-bye. We'll see you later, gang.